Are you ready?
You're on, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Welcome to our workshop meeting tonight, November 12th, 2020. It is being broadcast on YouTube Live. If you'd like to join us, it's washingtoncity.org/meetings. Would appreciate all of the council that put on their masks so we can honor the mandate, so that we can stay close together. And those in the audience, keep your masks on also. You're welcome to take it off if you'd like to when you speak. Item 1, approval of the agenda.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. I'll make a motion. We approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Item 2, discussion update on the CARES funding. Chief.
It's good to see you, Chief.
No, it's even better to see all of you. Thanks.
You don't hang out in here enough with us.
You know, honestly, this format is really nice. So there's a lot of things you can do while you attend a council meeting nowadays. So, well, thanks for some time. We wanted to give you an update, and I know you requested some information as far as where we sit and what's going on. So we wanted to get some information back to you with regards to the CARES funding that we received. If you look in the packet, if you've opened it, if you open up the updated version, we just changed a few things over and made sure that the math was correct as we worked through it on that updated one that we put in there. But basically has all the same substance. So as you know, so when we brought this to you originally, I think we brought it in a work session as well. For the most part, the things on the list are still things on the list that we've worked through. We're still working on getting all of those accomplished. We did receive some notice that some of the dates have changed. The state would like us to have this all spent by the 30th of November. So that if municipalities are not going to spend their CARES funding, that they could reallocate it. I think we'll be fine to get ours taken care of.
Are they talking about the first tranche on November 30th, or
No, they're talking about all of it.
Is that right?
Yeah. So you're if you haven't got into that first round or tranche, and even the second, you're out by now. So that was part of the 1st of November kind of dates that came out. They started to cut those out that weren't interested, so that they could start to reallocate some of those funds. So they did change our funding just slightly. They changed everybody's third round. They took a percentage off. Didn't have a huge effect. We went from 2.6 million to 2.4 as far as a total. So you can see the items that are on the list. Like I said, for the most part, all the items, these are the things that we talked about way back in August that we brought before you. If you take all the things that are purchased or in the process of being worked on, and then the items that are on hold, there's really about just under 300,000 of the 2.4 million that's left. There, of course, the IT stuff that's on hold as far as that 530. Obviously, I don't think there's been any decision made on a direction on that.
Sorry, it looks like we have, if everything, there's 300 left. So we don't even have enough money to cover some of these things, is what we're saying, right?
I'm not sure if I heard all that.
All right. So at the bottom of the items we've done, we have a total amount left, which is 298,000.
That's correct.
And if I go on the hold items, there's 530,000. So if my math's right.
No, so the 300 includes the 500.
Oh, it does.
So that includes the items. So we put that as a placeholder right from the start. So the 300 is what's left, even if you do the 530. So if you choose not to, or we go a different direction on the 530, then of course you're basically 700, which is equivalent of third tranche, actually.
Is there a reason why we're on hold on that IT finance?
I'm sure that a lot of that had to do with some of the changes internally, because that's who was working on a lot of that.
Okay.
So that was a project that that Kimberly was working on, and Brian might have some ideas as far as where all that was with regards to it. So I haven't necessarily handled every item on this list. Really, we've just worked to make suggestions and find ideas, and then make sure that we believe it fits into the, the overall rules in the CARES funding. But so I'm not sure on the on hold, and that was one of the changes. There was another item on there as far as some financial software, but that was taken care of, and so that moved over from the 2 sheets you had.
So have all of these been spent, or are some just, purchased, or a purchase order has been made? Because a lot of these are ending in .00, which indicates that that's.
Yeah, you could be. It's exactly right. A lot of the ones that are 00 are still kind of a round number. We think that most of those are getting pretty close. We're pretty close to some of the bids we received. All of the projects haven't even started yet. Some of them are about midstream. Some of them are completed, and you can probably guess. And some of it we just rounded off in the document with regards to that to get rid of some of the cents. But
So do you think that the 4,500 underneath the additional sick time is going to cover us with the current uptick in cases we've had? I seem like that seems pretty low.
it's a challenge for sure, because we have no idea what that's really going to be. We are seeing a large increase on that side right now. Nancy pulled a report off of our last payroll, and we're sitting at about 47,000 as far as a total since this started in March. And but yes, we are seeing
Is that specifically to COVID or across the board?
it's COVID. So that's everything that fits into COVID. So what we've done with COVID though is obviously we put some restrictions on our staff. So even though prior to COVID, if somebody didn't feel good, if they felt like they could come to work and that kind of stuff, they came to work, and we're not really allowing that today. So we're taking care of that with COVID, with a different sick piece. So of course the federal regulations mandated a couple of weeks for everybody with regards to that. And since we're forcing employees to not be here, we're taking care of that and with some of that funding.
So Chief, some of these specific items, can you speak to what they are, just so?
Sure.
The citywide radio system improvements, what is that?
So what we did with the city, with the radio system, you can see that's a large piece. We actually, so right now we're in an upgrade to the 800 system. So the federal system, another federal mandate that came out required the state to change the 800 system. Basically, it went from an analog system to a digital system. And so that makes it P25 compliant. Unfortunately, the radios that we have will work for a short period of time as that switches over, and then they won't work anymore. And so that was one of the things that we discussed back in August with regards to it. That's something that we really didn't have any choice. So that replaced everything that wouldn't work in a P25 system in both police and fire, which was absolutely every radio on the police cars wouldn't work. So that replaced a lot of radios, really.
So this citywide is just police and fire, or is there other?
That's all
agencies
that's on that 800 system as far as it goes.
So it's for the 800 system itself.
We had some high hopes in that. We had hoped to maybe do a piece of emergency management in that, to have a standalone, more in a UHF or a VHF capacity with some repeaters. We have some small two-ways that we can use internally. And we found, especially in some of our incidents like our flooding problems, that's worked phenomenally to be able to communicate across the city. The challenge, of course, is those are all line of sight. And so we had some high hopes to maybe put something together that would do that. And we're still working on that. The challenge, of course, is everybody's working on all the same projects, not just in the area, and not just in the state, but everywhere. And so it's really tough to get on anybody's list for anything right now.
So Chief, one more thing. I did search it and learned a little bit about it, but the enterprise resource planning, cloud computing, that's a little bit out of my wheelhouse. Can you explain what that is? It's the what item that's on hold for 450,000.
So, and I'm probably not the right person to speak on that either. Brian could probably give you a ton more depth on it, but basically this is a system that would replace Springbrook, which is our really the financial system of the city online. Right now, that system is pretty outdated. Unfortunately, it sounds like we either have to stay with it and buy an upgrade to it as far as that goes, or go a different route. It's it's technology. And
Can you tell me just what it does?
so right now we enter everything through Springbrook. So everything, all the money, all of our accounting, all of the budgeting documents, all of our POs, everything goes through Springbrook. And so this would be a replacement for that, more in a cloud-based. So it would give us a much better opportunity to shift, especially if we had a large number, which we're getting to pretty close, of people working from home. They would still be able to function seamlessly. Right now, with the way that's spaced, that's a little bit more challenging. And so if IT hasn't set them up specifically to be able to do that at home and get into the city network and all that kind of stuff, it can be a challenging process. So it seemed like kind of a good time. We have to do something with that system, as I understand it. Like I said, this would probably definitely be better for the folks in the finance, but that's what I understand of it is it's a system that we're going to have to upgrade. And we thought now was probably a good time to look at trying to do that.
And it would qualify because it would enable people to work from home.
Yeah.
Is that right?
And
Okay,
that's got to
it
be
looks-
that's got to be the primary purpose. But a secondary purpose is we may be able to migrate to a better system.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I didn't mean to cut you off, Councilman Ivy.
No, I just was going to say that it looks like the city's needs are pretty well met then with where we're at. And I would like to introduce some ideas for maybe for health priorities, business assistance needs, and residents needs. And, you know, some of those are, Chief, and I'd love for you to weigh in on some of these after I give them. The first thing that comes to mind as I thought about this is how many families are making tough choices every month as to what bills they should pay, and I think that we need to provide all the assistance and relief that we can. Also kind of help outreach to some of the vulnerable populations in the city, our elderly, our people that may be handicapped or shut-ins. And then the one thing that I don't know a lot about, so I'm hoping you can enlighten me, and that is at some point we're going to have a vaccination. Do we need to reserve some of this funding for that vaccine to be administered, or is that a different means?
No, and that's been an interesting topic because it's coming up on the weekly statewide phone call right now, and most of the counties and areas in the state are gearing up to do that. We know that that's actually a piece of why some of the money came off the top of that third round for everybody is setting that aside for it. But that would be the health department. We're seeing the health departments the Salt Lake area health department just sent out a mass through the fire department. They plan to hire firefighters and paramedics to help them to administer.
So did you say, sorry, Chief, did you say that 11% being held back is for the vaccination?
That was part of what we were told was that was a piece why they took that off the top was they were going to start to use that for some of that program. We don't, there's been no indication that they expect us to fund it or pay for it, which they haven't with anything else as far as testing or anything that way. So I would suspect that that would be provided as well.
Well, I would, that would please me if that were the case. I was under the understanding that 11% was going to be held back and re-administered to the communities that needed it most. And I don't know what those are, but I hope that is the case. The one thing that I thought about in way to help is, when you talk about household assistance programs, I did have a conversation with Chief Williams and with Carrie Wheelwright, just trying to drill down and see what would be the most effective in sharing that money out in the community and what would have the most benefit. And a couple of ideas came forward. I'd like your to weigh in on that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
The one thing that I thought of is laying aside some of this money to be held in the fund that that Carrie Wheelwright's recorder's office holds, and that is they get donations every year, especially this time of year, for folks that can't pay their bills. So they hold that in a fund and they use it as needed. What I'm wondering is if that would be an option. And then, having a good conversation with Chief Williams, and he was telling me that they have people, in one sad case that he told me about was a lady that was arrested for shoplifting diapers. Now, we all understand that's a tough situation. And again, I would like to have some kind of a fund held back, because a lot of these needs are tied directly to COVID and unable to go to work, which childcare always becomes a big issue at that point. So those are my two ideas as far as household assistance, but I know that there could be more. And then the business assistance program, I think that probably is something that probably the council needs to talk about and get a direction. But I was wondering how you felt about those two suggestions that I made.
I think they're great ideas. The business assistance, we talked about it as well. And of course that the council had put some money towards that initially. That was prior to CARES as far as it goes. But it absolutely qualified, and it wasn't a budgeted item. And so that's rolled over, and that's on this list now as far as it goes, what's went there. And so I think that there's a system in place to do that again, if you'd like to, which simply just opened up in a grant form. The challenge with any of them is we have to use it. It has to be accumulated. We can't set it aside and hold it. So right now, actually, the information we got last night was that the state expects it to be expended by November 30th. It's the first time I've heard November 30th. Everything before that's been December 30th. And they are saying that they still expect it to be expended by December 30th, but the state wants it to be expended by November 30th, so that if you're not going to expend it, they can reallocate it to other places. And that's my understanding, was the 11% was more for the vaccination program. And then what they're doing is planning to collect all that people haven't used, including there's quite a bit that people haven't already and aren't planning to use. And they were going to reallocate that to other places and people that had asked for it and had those needs that you spoke of. With regards to the household systems, I do think there's a way to do it as far as it goes, but it does take a process. There's some very specific black and white language in the frequently asked questions page, and in some of the rules, there's not a lot of rules to the CARES money. For federal money and the billions of dollars that are out there, anytime you have a 3-page document from the federal government that tells you how to do it, kind of explains that there's not many rules to this process. But we get a lot of the guidance out of the frequently asked questions. And we know that we can't simply pay somebody's utilities or anything like that. But the next bullet simply says that you can have a system to do that. And we've seen some cities do that. Mm-hmm. And I think that there's some framework out there to do that. If I am kind of grabbing it right, I believe that we would have to do something similar to what happened with the plan with the businesses, which is an application process, and then they just have to substantiate. We have to be able to tie it to, being a COVID related situation and not just a regular hardship. Right. And I think through those kind of things, I think we can make it possible. So I think we can absolutely make those projects work and do some things that way.
Chief, you touched on a good point, and our citizens may want to know what the rules are. And so I'll just share those out quickly. They are necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the COVID or the corona disease. And they were not budgeted items prior to that as of March 27th. And then they were incurred during that period, March 1st to December 30th, which now may very well be November 30th, from the way I understand it. But
that one's gonna be tough.
Chief, what do you, if there is a way to drill down on that, way to share it out with some of our very deserving and needing citizens, is there ways to do like a gift card or something in that regard that could be applied for? Or if you can just kind of walk me through that process as you understand it.
Yeah, I think that there's some different ways to do it. I'm not sure. I know that when it comes to our auditors, and Brian probably weigh in on that one too, I know that gift cards seem to be something that they never seem to like seeing in a budget process. They're the check and balance process of those and all the things that go with them. So I'm not 100% sure. I just know that we tend to hear about them internally, quite a bit, and so I don't know, but I have heard some various programs around the state too, as far as vouchers and things of that nature, that they then can cash in at local businesses, and then the business basically sends that to the city, and the city sends that out, and so I think that there's some systems out there. It's just a matter of the time frame we have to get it up and running, and actually have a benefit with regards to it to get it back. The November 30th date, I think that we can get to the December 30th. It takes an approval from the governor's office, and so I haven't heard exactly how lengthy or detailed that's going to have to be. But I don't think their intent is to necessarily cut us off and say, well, you didn't use it by the 30th, and so you're out. I think it's more of, we want commitment that you're going to use it, because if you're not, we have some other places that we can apply it, and we would like to do it before the federal deadline of December 30th, because by December 30th, then the state would lose that opportunity as well.
Chief, and this certainly is something that I would like the rest of the council to weigh in on, and that is, I would like to have discussion to see what the feeling is among the council going forward from this point, because one thing, a lot of those things are open-ended questions about how to really affect some positive changes for those in need, and also drilling down on some of those businesses that the effects are looming, and they've been able to keep their doors open thus far, and doing that. So I would appreciate the council's input and see what the feeling is here going forward, because this is our last and only bite at this apple.
Agree.
It's not coming back again. And I hope that, it's my hope that we use that money to affect those that need it the most, and that we affect their circumstance as much as we can. And I appreciate the work that you've done, and on department heads. I know that it's been a taxing undertaking to go about something that we've known nothing about. It's not very often that the government gives you money and says, now you need to spend it a certain amount of time and make it last, and make those purchases worthy of the reason or the purpose for the funds. So anyway, I appreciate what you've done, and I would really, as I'm sure you would too, would like to hear what the council's thoughts are on this. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, I just want to clarify. So you said 47,000 on additional sick leave.
That's where we sit today. Now that's just straight payroll, though. That doesn't include all the benefits that we'll include with that.
Hold on, let me finish this before I lose my train of thought. You have employee costs spent prior to COVID. Is that part of that 47?
That's a piece. That's a piece of it for sure.
And then the additional is the 4,500. They're 47,000 on top of the 42,500.
So the wage piece is part of the 40,000. We didn't break that all back up again as far as it goes. We know that so that 40,000 or 42,500 that we'd spent prior to, or when we present this in August, that's where we sat. That included all the benefits. That takes a bit of time to screw that all down, because we can include everything. So we can include their workers' comp piece into that and all that, and so that included all of it. The wage that we sit at today is 47,500 as of the payroll that just ran. And so, the majority of that's going to be payroll as far as it goes. But I
guess,
but you're hitting on a perfect point. We don't know what that number is going to end up to be. And when you talk about 300 too, the one thing that we haven't dabbled in is all that a lot of cities have is employee cost. We have a lot of staff that are spending a lot of time on COVID related issues, and some cities have chosen to use money to that. And the guidance has got really pretty clear on what you can and can't do. And so we're confident that we could do that if we wanted to. It's just a matter if you feel like that's a benefit, because we haven't had to put anybody else on. If we have, we've taken care of that already, like some temp staff to do a couple of projects that was in that first list, and they're doing that. And so everything else is been using what we already have.
I think what I'm after, and maybe I'm just not being clear, is if we have 300,000, I just want to make sure we're accounting for that 47,000 in that list. Well, we need to.
Well, yes,
about 47,000 right now, because you're telling me that's what those costs are.
that's where we sit today. But that a piece of that is already in there. So yeah, some of it is in there, but not all of it. And definitely not. So from today until December 30th, none of that's there. And right now, today we sit at the highest level as far as what we have out that we've had the whole time. We probably have more people out today than we've had out over the whole time. So over the last probably 2 weeks, I would say. So that it's going to get bigger for sure. And we can see that. I mean, we're not any different than the rest of the community. It's affecting our staff for sure.
I guess Councilman Ivy's asking for a little input. I agree with what he's saying there as far as get it to people who need it the most, as long as it's within the guidelines, limited as they might be. I'm in favor of that for certain.
Awesome.
But do we have time to get it to those people?
Yeah, I guess
I'm
so.
more worried about the time of we've got what's today, the 12th, and we have till the 30th to put together a program, get people to apply. That's where I'm worried we don't have time at this point to
Yeah, and I
do
think
another
that
round. Do you have any suggestions on how we could do that quicker? I don't know.
The way I understand it, Councilman Coates, is that we have to identify it and we have to have an idea of what amount is that we want to put to that. I think we are well within the guidelines to be able to iron out the details as long as we follow the main theme of whatever that will look like. But we are under the gun a little bit as far as the timeline, but it's only in just being able to earmark those funds for a certain purpose or reason.
Oh, we couldn't
No, that's
earmark
not
them.
my understanding, Chief. Can you help us on that? Is it invoiced or is it identified?
It's that is a tough one to answer.
Okay.
There's no question about it, and we're not 100% sure either side. We're working on the side of to make sure that it's a project that is in place. So either a contract's been awarded, we have it, a hard dollar amount's already set. We're working, but there's no question that it absolutely says the project is in place. And so Councilman Ivy could absolutely be spot on as far as it goes. And as long as the project's in place, the only thing that makes me nervous about it would be just that one question is how do we identify how much? And will they just let us set a piece of it over? Or do we have to have that identified by then? But I think those are things that we can work out. And we have had, and he popped up there for a minute, but Ward was on a minute ago, and Ward's has developed a contact at the state. And so we can surely get some guidance from them as far as it goes and find out what their opinion is. They're not really saying yes or no, but they're surely sharing their opinions on that. And so we've reached out and got some opinions, and I think we can do that. But I don't doubt that there's a way we can make it work if we want
I think
to.
the Treasury Department just, and again, I mean, I only know what I've read and studied in this, but I think the idea is the overarching idea is that they want the money to be used to the best benefit that we can. Sure. And I think that kind of is the weight that is used. Now, I think that we're within that timeline if we identify, and of course, the balance that's left is the balance that I'm talking about, is using that because the cities had months and drilled down on what they needed. And now I think it'd be prudent to address the other issues that I spoke about. But I do think that there's a way to do it. Of course, we want to do it well within the guidelines. We don't want any audits to come back or any strings being pulled later on. I totally agree with that, but I do think there's a way, and it may require us to maybe have a work meeting or an additional conversation of some kind. But I think it's worth our effort to do that.
I support that idea too. I appreciate the conversation. I support that idea if there's a way to do it and stay within the guidelines. Before we finish, Chief, I'd like to come back and have a conversation about a cloud-based ERP system.
Okay.
And I'd love some input from you if you have it, but specifically from Brian Brown and our city manager. If it's time to upgrade to a cloud-based program, I'd love some feedback from those who use it every day and who know how to administer a city.
Absolutely. And I think either city manager Red or Brian would be much better at that piece of it for sure. It's definitely more in their ball field.
So Springbrook is an accounting software or financial package. So it does handle payroll, accounts payable, it has a human resource function. It also has purchase orders involved. So it's budgeting's in there, utility billing's in there. So it's a financial package that the accounting system all drives off of. And so our situation is now with the Springbrook is ours is now housed on a server. We're on a Springbrook 17.7.7. The issue with Springbrook is at some point they're going to quit supporting that version. And so once they quit supporting, if we have a payroll issue and call up and say something's going on here, they'll say, well, it's not supported, you're out of luck. And so, and the other problem with that is like going home, it does present a problem because it's not a cloud version. And so the idea behind it is originally they started looking at different, with that, they started looking at different software like Cassell, Florus, Munis, Tyler Technologies, and other different software that were cloud-based and that would allow us to go home. It would allow that touchless. And so that's what that originally started. And so as far right now, it's on hold. But with the time frame, if you're looking at November 30th, there's probably not a way if they extended it out, then for the software, it's a possibility, but it'd be challenging to get everything done by November 30th now for a cloud-based or software.
Do you think that would mean, and Chief can chime in here, do you think that would mean a decision made or implemented? Because it seems like if a bid comes back and a decision's made,
You'd probably
then we would have after November 30th to implement.
Probably have to sign contract.
Mm-hmm. Is that pressing it to make a decision that has that much impact throughout the city? I mean, I imagine it probably also does project management, tracking, and other things.
I think the other thing in that too is I don't think you have to get too hung up on the November 30th. I think that we can get past the November 30th pretty easily. That's simply the state, I believe, and the way I read it too is hey, you got it. If we want you to commit 100% that you're going to use it or don't use it. So that's why I think they're asking us to submit if we don't have it used by then. And then Brian hit it right there. If we contract it, even if it's not actually implemented, and I think that's a piece that Councilman Ivy's hitting on with his project too. And so I think you could look to the December 30th pretty reasonably as far as a date for that.
The challenge is selecting the software and getting buy-in. A software upgrade and change is a major. In fact, when we go to software, it'd be best to pick one that lasts until I retire.
How old are you?
Because it's one process I never want to go through again because it is time consuming. And another key component is you do need buy-in from all different departments because that's another challenging issue with the whole thing.
And city manager, is that something that is worthy of a discussion with department heads at this point, or are we too late in the game?
Thank you. At this point, the reason it's still on hold is those who helped make that decision aren't here anymore. And I think that something that touches each and every department like this we would be much wiser to go ahead and make sure that we were doing it correct rather than do it quickly. So it's something we're going to need in the future, but it doesn't have to be purchased right now. And it'd be my recommendation that we put that on hold right now. We can work on other items that we can use the COVID money for, but this system does use funding from all of our departments and our enterprise funds. So it's something that we can do later. I would hate to do something quickly just to spend the money and realize that we had made a mistake because of the implementation costs.
Where are you at in the process at this point?
The previous administration had some meetings, as far as I understand, really not involving all of the department heads, and they had chosen a system, but we would really have to start reviewing their work again. But we would need to bring in the other departments that are that are affected by this. So it's possible. Certainly, like Brian said, if they push the deadline back a little bit, it's absolutely possible. But we don't want to try to do it in 2 weeks.
So you basically have a process or a system that you've decided on, but the people who made that decision aren't here anymore, and you're basically starting over, other than you have a leg up with kind of a pointer at something that might be a workable process.
That's correct. That's exactly where we're at.
I might suggest that there's a legislative policy meeting on the 16th, and they're talking about some final thoughts for CARES. And I know, Chief, you have unlimited resources to the same information, but as far as the council, maybe if you would like, if you want, you could let me know and I could share that out with you. And the main theme is going to be, this isn't the wording they use, but kind of wrapping it up, getting everything in place so that going forward, it's all done. So, and that is on November 16th. So if you'd like that, please reach out and I'll share it with you.
Any other questions, comments?
Brian, what about the, or whoever would be the appropriate one to answer this? It's talking about a touchless time clock system. I know that has also been a point of discussion prior to that. What are your thoughts there, Brian, as far as, is that a worthy expenditure, and is that something that can be done within the time frame that we have, or is it another decision to be patient on?
So on the time clock, touchless time clock, Ben and Nancy reviewed a bunch of them, and I know once again there was pushback on the what are we doing. Mainly, it was just, but the time clock system is we have different systems. Golf course does it one way. All these departments do a different way. We're trying to isolate it. Plus, with COVID, trying to get away from one central location and trying to do a bunch of different things to make it easier to punch in without locating it. Basically, you clock it in on your computer. And so, once again, it's kind of the same with the ERP or the accounting software. Really, if we're going to go that route, we need to involve all the departments. And
is that often integrated into that software anyway? The time clock, or the
usually what they do is it's a third party.
Okay.
So like Springbrook doesn't have a time clock system, but they have third parties you can go purchase that integrate. So most of the accounting software for governmental, it's all third party. So
I just recognized that was even a topic of discussion when we were discussing fund balance kind of pre-COVID. So surprised the decision hasn't been made on that yet.
the challenge is making sure that because we want everyone to use it. We want everyone to be on the same page. And we're not there right now. So to me, what you want to do is bring a committee and have all the more departments involved, and say, what do you want to do? How do we want to use this? And so that we get buy-in, because we want buy-in if people are going to use it.
I understand that, and I think that's good. I'm just looking at this $530,000 that we're not, if we don't use it, we don't use it. And I think it's worth going after something. I think it's time to get going on it. Sounds like that's our top priority for the next 2-3 weeks and figure it out, in my opinion.
I would agree.
Because that's a lot of money to just say we're going to push off. But
it certainly can be, Mayor and Council, and we won't give that money back. I mean, I think that Chief Evans talked about it a little bit. There are different things that we can do, especially with staff payroll, that is tied directly to COVID-related expenses that we could also use that money for. So it won't be just given back or not used, but we certainly can spend the next few weeks spending a lot of time working on these systems and coming up with the recommended system.
So I was just looking at this balance sheet. The $535,000 for the on-hold items, they have been accounted for in this total, right? Okay, Chief, the most important and most pressing question I have for you is, How do you keep your glasses from fogging when you have to wear a mask and have to wear glasses? Can you help me with that?
Yeah, you have to buy the right kind of glasses. You can buy some anti-fog glasses and
Not the cheap ones like I do.
no, you gotta go get some different ones. And really, it doesn't work. You end up pulling it down to get them to unfog.
Thank you. The only other question that I had, and I think it's great that we're able to do this, the iPads. I know that Suba made a donation, so we were able to get additional iPads to the building department and utilize that even further. Is that right?
That's correct. Suba had made a donation. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. 3, perfect. See,
3,000.
and but we literally took everything from building inspectors, and we put everybody on that. So that and that was that first piece as far as the city inspect system. So we really made a huge transition from papers and the stack of papers coming in here. Everything is significantly reduced and everything is online, and we really wanted to head that way anyway. And so the perfect example is we have somebody that's in isolation because of an exposure to COVID right now, and their ability now, they don't even have to come in the office. They can just keep their iPad, jump in their vehicle, and never encounter anybody. And so, and of course, right now, especially with the amount of work that's still going on in the city, it's extremely helpful. And so it's been worked out pretty well. So the number that's on here, that's where you see that it's still there as far as the number that was originally there. And I know that they're still working to figure that out as far as exactly how many between Subas and what we ended up needing. I know the 3 wasn't, of course, didn't cover everybody, but it was definitely a piece, and we appreciate them for that. But
So I think we was just talking about the software. I just have a sense of how big of a project that is, and I'm a little bit concerned that if we as a council are going to try and give direction to the staff to do that we're probably several months too late with that idea. The very people who would be most involved in that are the very people who are still doing the most work to try and cope with the brave new world that they're already existing in. Set up for this meeting has gone from something that happens on its own to something that takes almost all day. And the changes in documents, all of that is just lands right on your IT department. And they're the very people who you would typically have spearheading and coordinating with each department to get their buy-in, to help understand each department's needs and can they be met, and sorting that out. I appreciate the city manager's concerns on that, because it's a painful process to miss something like that. You just don't want to miss.
Chief, would you just talk to maybe timeline? I mean, today is the 12th, and just talk to maybe a little bit timeline of what you need to address these as best we can, as far as from the council, from the department heads. I don't know if I'm not speaking for anyone but myself, but I feel like this is probably a priority, something that we need to probably get involved in right away and have a good think tank and proceed. For timeline, what do you think you need?
Yeah, obviously the software piece is a tough one for me, because that involves everybody in the city. As far as what we have to have, we know we have to have it finished and committed with regards to the project. I believe that we can get to that December 30th. If that's a direction that you'd like us to go at, and City Manager Red had mentioned that we can surely try down that road. And if we don't get there, we don't necessarily have to. We're not out the $500,000. How's that? What we are speaking about is there's some really clear guidance in there. There was a lot of guidance off and on, and it's become very clear what you can and can't count in employee expenses. We haven't added any of that in here. we could likely cover that full $500,000 if you wanted to in employee expenses. I would bet we haven't even tried to figure that out yet, but we surely could. We've heard everything from there's some places that are counting 3 and 4 hours a day for certain staff members every day, an entire police department, fire department, all those kind of things. And so we think that there's ways that we could get there, even if, so if you wanted to try to see that, if we could get that done or not. And if it just can't work out right, and then ultimately there's still some other ways we can go with that as far as it goes. So I think we can probably help accomplish both if that's what you ultimately like us to do.
Last thing is probably a question more for the council and you, Chief, but as a council, would you feel good about allowing the balance of this money, the unspent 330, to be earmarked for the purposes that we talked about for individual residents that are in need and businesses that are in need? I just kind of want to get an idea, because that's not something that we're unified on. Then we probably need to have the staff look further into other ways to use the money and benefit the city.
I think I'm just unclear if we can do that. That's my biggest hang up. I mean, of course we want to help people if there's a need, but can we do that? But I also am trying to think regionally, if we have some extra money. I mean, we haven't been hit near like other communities, and maybe someone else needs it more than us. I don't know. I mean, I'd like to use what we can for the needs that it's affecting us, but I'd also, I mean, there's a little bit left. I wouldn't mind giving it back and giving it to a community that needs it more than us. But I don't want to give up $500,000 if we need something that COVID affected either. So.
Could I ask, are there any, as typically there are with federal funds, are there any strings attached here that we down the road we're going to regret, or possibly say, man, maybe that wasn't the best thing?
Yeah, that's a tough one for sure. There's a lot of talk.
I can't imagine
about
what it would be, but that's usually the case.
There's a lot of talk back and forth as far as how that'll go. Of course, there's always the ultimate that could happen, which would be a full audit, them deciding whether the projects truly meet the CARES Act or whether they don't. Most of the discussion in that direction is that we're not sure how they could pull that off to audit every city, every municipality in the United States. And the flip side is we know we're going to get audited, but what we expect is simply, did we spend the money on what we said we would spend the money on? And that's what happens with every federal dollar as it is. So the piece of that would be that what we understand is if it was determined that we spent something on something that didn't qualify, that we would have to return that money. That's all we understand for the strings anyway.
Excuse me, Chief. Councilman Bundy, it's interesting in regards to that on the last policy. There have been some municipalities that have already experienced some of those audits already. I think that you would expect there to be strings, but as long as, like the chief, very qualified, said that as long as it is used for COVID related expenses, and that's really the only, and there is no strings. You're not going to be required to pay it back unless it's determined that you bought something that was not related to that.
I just have another question. There's a number of expenditures here. What was your process? Did you or the department heads, were there bids? Were there just in some cases? I mean, I don't know how many people do disinfectant foggers, for example, and we bought a number of those. I'm just wondering what your process was in purchasing these, and were you able to get bids on some of the items? Can you point out a few maybe examples of times that you could and couldn't?
We did try to stick to basically the same purchasing rules. So if we could get 3 bids, we got 3 bids. If it was a sole source or they were state contract, then of course we use those. So the disinfectant foggers we bought, it was a sole source contractor. They actually are on state as well, and so we kind of did all of that. And so some of it is what kind of tied us up. You can see there's a number of construction projects like the doors, the faucets, handless stuff, all that kind of stuff. That's why most of those projects are just now getting started. We feel like we'll still get those done. And Mr. Henning's done a great job with facilities at working with various contractors to try to get that. And Nancy from finance put together all the bids on those. So we got multiple bids and ultimately awarded those with a good share of those as far as projects. The understanding was that we didn't have to. Because this CARES Act truly met the definition of emergency funding and an emergency purchase due to the nature. But we still trying to, adhere to, our normal purchasing policies and procedures as much as we could too. So I think we've kind of accomplished it all the way across anyway.
I know with the letter, when the letter and the folding and the stamping,
Yes.
we got like 3 or 4 bids on that one.
Oh.
I'd like to follow up with Councilman Ivy's thought process with the $330,000. I think perhaps, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman, are you looking to say, well, maybe we use 100 here and 100 here, and then what's left we give away?
I think at this
Or
point,
something
it's
of that
necessary.
nature?
Mayor, I think it's important that we have a number that we know of what we're dealing with so that we can address it accordingly. If we can drill down on those numbers and Chief, it may be that some of this money needs to be held back in case some of your items actually have additional setup or freight charges or things that aren't thought of. But it's my idea, Mayor, that we identify that this balance be used for our businesses and for our needing residents.
We feel like we're probably pretty good with the numbers as far as it goes. If anything, we think there might be a little bit more at the bottom as opposed to the other. We've definitely seen a lot of stuff, of course, with a lot of that construction stuff. The bids are pretty high because everybody's super, super busy. So they're charging everybody whatever they want to get to do work right now. But the only one that's unknown is really what Councilman Coates has brought up a couple of times. And it's how much we're going to get hit as far as the employee costs. Now it's not going to put us in the hole as far as it goes with regards to that, but keeping something for that, with regards to it.
What do you anticipate that would be, Chief?
That's a tough one for sure. In those first few months, the total that we spent. So in August, we were at 42, and so if you count everything as we total that together. And clearly over the last 2 to 3 weeks, we've probably, I would suggest if we go all the way back through all that, we're probably pretty close to that already. So I would guess we're probably closer to 80 by now. And what's going to happen over the next couple of months, that remains to be seen. It is going through our staff pretty quickly right now. And so we might have it over with in the next 3 weeks at the rate we're going.
Yeah,
So.
everyone have it.
Hopefully not.
Well, it probably goes without saying then that we ought to, whether if depending on how some of these other variables move, we definitely ought to allocate the appropriate amount, our best estimate to cover our employee costs. That certainly makes sense.
Well, I think the other piece that we can do too is with regards to the programs. I think we can do some of both because we can't just put it out and we can't just give it. There has to be a program to come in. So similar to what you did with the first piece with the business grant program is, we can see what kind of a need there is too, and a deadline to that, and and get a decipher. And Mr. Liu probably already has a pretty good idea what some of that might be business wise. Him and the mayor were involved in some of that in that first piece, and so we might be able to come up with some of that as far as some information anyway, and get you some ballparks pretty quick of kind of what you think or something that way too, and maybe get it all accomplished.
Chief, I'm just kind of spitballing here, trying to find a place to start from. And that is, I'm wondering if you felt like you'd be comfortable if we held like $100,000 back for whatever those employee costs are, and we could allocate $130,000 for citizens, $100,000 for an extension of the Greater Together Fund. Council, please weigh in. I just would like to leave today with kind of an idea or some guidance.
And I think that those are great, especially if we look at them, just like you said, it's kind of, those are kind of our ballparks, and that's what we'd like to kind of put in there. And then,
I have a question.
if it comes high or low, or we can kind of massage that a little bit if the need was greater here. And, but understanding that that's kind of the idea that you would like it with, I think that would make things very easy to work through.
Chief, I have a question for Kerry Wheelwright. Is he on? Maybe you would know, Brian. How much, we do get donations from residents and other people to help other people offset their utility bills. Do we know how much that is? Or an idea of how much that would be?
Do not.
Mayor, I spoke with Kerry just last week, and he said that it's close to between 1,000 and 1,500. Who was that?
What was that?
But of course, this year with tighter pockets, it may be less.
So it was only around a couple of grand.
Yes,
Okay.
1 to 2, I believe.
I think the one thing that we want to really watch out there, and I think that Chief Evans alluded to it, is that we want to make sure that people have been impacted by COVID. That's the one thing. So as we put that program together, only people that would be eligible for the assistance would be those who were directly impacted by the coronavirus in some way. So as we put that program together, we'll have to be sure to address that.
I think there's some models out there already. I don't think we have to write the program. I think we get it up.
Yeah, and that's probably where I'm at too, Chief. Is I just wanted to see what the mood of the council was, if that's something. But you're correct. This isn't. There's other templates out there for these very programs that have already been tried in other communities, and actually there's an outreach email and number of people that have done these that we could look at. But just trying to get an idea if that's what the council wants to do, or if there's.
Okay, any other additional questions? Any for the manager? Well, if not, we'll adjourn and come back in a half hour. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you.
You want me to? I was there, Mayor. I had to find the unmute button, and by the time I had, Brian got up here.
means, Chris? Narcissism. What does that mean? I hear it all the time. Am I a narcissist?
I hear it every day. I hear it every day. My kids go, Dad, you sure love yourself. I'm like, a little bit. But you have to be a shameless promoter in any kind of business. You just have to be. You know, when somebody says, I want to do an article, I'm like, you want my left side or you want my right side? Here, can you ever get a hold of Jeff? Oh, he did? I know. I literally, the last time I spoke to him, he was there that day. I thought he's mad at me because I called him Candace Rice.
now I just have to clear off.
Good evening and welcome to our city council meeting tonight, November 12th, 2020. We would like to remind all of those that we are broadcasting this live on YouTube at washingtoncity.org/meetings. I haven't asked, Councilman Ward, would you offer an invocation? Yes. And Councilman Ivy, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful to gather at this time. We petition thee for a blessing upon our city, our state, and our nation at this time of public health crisis. We ask thee for guidance, pray for thy direction, and thy blessing upon those who especially are suffering from COVID. We ask thee for blessing upon this meeting, the proceedings of this day. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Please stand, put your hand over your heart, and recite the Pledge of Allegiance with me. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. We'll move on to item 1, approval of the agenda. If you've had a chance to look it over, I would entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor, I motion that we approve the agenda that we have before us.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Our agenda is approved for this evening. Item 2, announcements. Jeremy, you on? For all of you in TV land out there, we have our new city manager who has been with us 2 weeks. About 2 weeks, Jeremy?
Just about 2 weeks, finishing my second week.
We're glad to have him here, and maybe we could ask you to take a minute and just tell the public about yourself. Give us 2 minutes.
Sure. Well,
Or
I'm
long.
not terribly
Okay.
excited. But my name is Jeremy Redd. Personally, I've been married for 23 years to my wife, Christy, which means something considering all the city council meetings I've sat through. She's very supportive and a fantastic person. I have 3 children, one of which is still at home and 2 go to school in Cedar City. I was the city manager in Blanding for 8 years and worked for Blanding City for 13. And I did finance for Blanding City before that. So I bring that experience to the job, and I'm glad to be here. It's been, like I said, it's been a good 2 weeks. It's been fantastic to get to meet the staff, get to meet some of the residents. With coronavirus, that makes it a little bit more difficult, but I look forward to meeting more residents and getting to know the community even better. So I'm excited to be here in Washington and get started working for you and for the people of the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. And we anticipate a great relationship, and thank you for in advance for your continued service here in Washington City. We're excited to have you here, really excited. I would just like to make a mention that we did not have our celebration yesterday, but we did video our celebration, our tribute to the veterans. It's on YouTube, and we would invite you to watch it. We have 2 videos. We had a bison that we have named
Blazing Freedom.
blazing freedom. Thank you, Councilman Staley. And it is an outstanding and gorgeous looking monument to our veterans. And we invite you to go look at it. It's on Telegraph and First East. We had a presentation, and thanks to all those that put that together for us. That was a lot of work, and we thank you very much. So anything to add on that, Council?
I would just tell you that the students at Washington Elementary also were able to put the plaques and markers up on the veterans' graves there.
Thank you. Thank you. And we did have Riverside Elementary do a little tribute with the Armed Forces medley. Okay. Item 3, declaration of abstentions and conflicts. Any to declare at this time?
Mayor, I do have 2 or 3 here, potential conflicts. I've indicated on some of these are the same. I've indicated in the past that I would abstain from voting, but I'll probably just go ahead and vote, but just declare a conflict. My work involving some of these developments is pretty minor. I prepare a subdivision plat, do some field staking, but I'm not involved in any way in presenting anything for approval, or and I'm not involved in any way financially other than just what I get paid. So unless there's concerns by the majority of the council, I want to state a potential conflict on 5B, 6A, and 9A.
All right. Thanks, Councilman Bundy. Appreciate that. Anybody else?
Mayor, my wife and I own a vacant piece of property near item 8E. So I will abstain from that. I have no financial or other interest in that property other than that we own property in the vicinity.
Thank you.
Are you abstaining or just declaring?
I'm abstaining.
Okay.
All right. We'll move on then to our consent agenda. Item A, to approve the minutes from the city council meetings of 10/14 and 10/28/2020, to approve the board audit report for October 2020, and a final plat for Washington Dam Industrial located approximately Arabian Court and Washington Dam Road, applicant Mellon Development, Inc.
Mayor, if there's no discussion, I'll make a motion. We approve the consent agenda for the approval of the minutes 10/14/2020, 10/28/2020, the board audit report for October 2020, and the final plat for the Washington Dam Industrial located approximately Arabian Court and Washington Dam Road.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
I
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right. Those are approved. Thank you, council. Item 5, preliminary plat. 5A, consideration to approve the preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Phase 1, located at approximately Bonnie Lane and Bella Vista Drive, applicant Stephen Holcroft. Can you folks hear me okay? Is it? Thank you.
Council, is that plat appearing on your screen?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and Council. The applicant, as stated, is requesting approval of a preliminary plat for the Desert Ridge Phase 1 subdivision. The applicant is proposing 34 lots on the area coverage of 10.195 acres. The zoning designation at this particular spot is the Planned Unit Development Residential. The surrounding zoning is PUD to the north, south, east, and west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this particular location. Staff's reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of this preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission reviewed this request at their October 21st meeting, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Phase 1 subdivision onto the City Council with the findings and subject to the conditions that are in your report. And I will point out that number 13 and 14 are added upon the first 12 are standard. Number 13, the developer will shift all pads a minimum of 10 feet to the west to allow for setbacks to be met on Buena Vista Drive on that street side. And also 14, an updated traffic study will be required when construction drawings are reviewed. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that the council might have.
Drew, that item 13 should be Bella Vista Drive, not Buena Vista.
Did I say Buena Vista?
Mhm.
Yep, it is Bella Vista. Thank you for catching that.
Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. How many units are standing on this development at this time? You know,
Are you talking about over on the Desert Flower over there? Let me try to see if I can grab that.
Desert Flower, yeah.
Over in this area where I'm running my arrow.
Yeah.
Be just northwest of that intersection.
I would probably, I don't know for sure, but I would guess I'm going to be real close. There's 40 lots there that have been approved, and I bet you a good 33% to 40% have homes on them and in different stages of construction.
I asked that as a precursor to ask you about the trigger point for the build out of 1100 East. My understanding was,
Yeah, that wasn't tied to this particular development. They were given approval based on Bella Vista. So where it triggers in is everything on the 1100 East is required, everything east of Bella Vista Drive, and that's at 30 doors is how it was put. If you look in the minutes of the approval, I think I sent those to you, the minutes of that. And so it's 30 doors on the east side of Bella Vista is when that secondary access on 1100 East is required.
thank you for that distinction.
Any additional questions for Drew or for the applicant?
I have quite a few questions.
Okay.
Kind of my first question for Drew is, and it's not a part of this application, but it's a part of the stuff to the west, is on the, when does it kick in that the amenities have to be installed? There was a park on the west side. I don't know if that's tied to this one.
It's not, and I don't think this was kind of prior to where we started, as you remember, as a planning commissioner, Councilman Coates, we started putting a percentage on, and I think this one got probably approved before we started triggering those with a percentage of the development being in. But it's definitely, let me go to your, I'm going to bring up, I sent in your packets at the request, some of these other part of the PUD approval.
Which are extremely helpful to have those in there.
And so you can see that phase 2 over here has the amenity part. And so at this case, I would probably venture to guess it'll come in phase 2.
I'm talking to the west.
Oh, over here.
I know it's a part of the other application, but aren't they all tied under the same PUD?
No, they're not. They were all broken up into different ones.
Okay, well, we can address that on the next item then.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I would address it on these, absolutely, and have the developer explain when those are going to be in.
So that would be the question I like what Councilman Ivy stated, is just the question of when those developments will be in. And the next question I have has to do with the rock walls and what's the plan for the drainage along the back side of these rock walls. It looks like they're significant rock walls.
Well, I'm going to have their representative, hopefully they're online, answer that question at this time.
I think they're here in chambers.
Okay.
James, yes, I'm helping the developer on this.
You can take that mask off.
Oh, thank you. So we'll have Wayne Rogers. He's designing all the designs with the rock walls. All the drainage has to come forward to the streets. On the back of those walls, we may drain down to Bonnie Lane. I don't see any reason why we would need to.
Well, you're just going to have the drainage that comes down. I think that's a question we need to account for, because the drainage that comes down those walls, he can address how to handle the water, but
those ones, yes.
But but maintenance wise, how we're dealing with the maintenance of any materials we get on the back of those walls, there just doesn't seem like there's enough room between the walls and the buildings. It seems extremely tight right there. I don't know what our minimum setback is on that. I'd have to ask Drew for that question, but I'm concerned there. And then I'm on the front side. I think it's just it's the blue line's called out as I think it's a CMU wall. So I'm guessing that's just the backyard lot line wall. And then there's a wall below it, but then there's also 12 feet of slope. And so I guess my question kind of stems also is, what's that slope going to be? Landscaped? Is it just going to be left as it is?
No, we'll have the trail going along. So along Bonnie Lane,
You'll
have landscape along with the trail. The create a good looking walking path and a really good buffer. We have to have that easement anyway for the power line. On the uphill side, we'll just create drainage swells above the wall that go down, and we'll drain down to storm boxes that'll take it out to the street.
Yeah, with the current layout, it doesn't look like it's been thought through on the drainage coming down from the hill. I'm just concerned about it. Just on the south side coming up.
So along those, that you have plenty of slope. So down to lot 126, the wall is a gradual slope from 126 to 17. That can all slope down through there. There is no retaining on the back of 126. Either we do a drainage channel through there, or we just do a box, which I think a box and a beehive crate would be fine to drain into that area that ties into the storm drain. Obviously, there are some of the utilities on here, but the storm drain's going down between 110 and 109 right now. Mm-hmm. So we would need to do some kind of a beehive grate and a box right between 125 and 126, and probably tie into that drainage system going down to Bonnie Lane. This is just spitballing it. You're right.
I just saying
Austin will definitely need
to
to address those drainage. So that's a good point.
Just, I guess, and then why we're talking about things you need to look at with this development, I'd have to ask Mike Shaw on the LID part. Are these guys grandfathered in or do they have to do the LID because this is the preliminary plat?
They will have to do the LID. If they don't have an approved preliminary plat prior to July 1, they have to do the LID.
So what's the plan for LID on this parcel?
It will be non-permeable.
Non-permeable what?
So then it'll again, so Wayne's doing the soils report, and clay is not permeable. You're not going to retain this water on this property. We don't want to.
No.
We don't want to put water below these kinds of buildings. These will have a 15 to 17 foot overX underneath them with structural material brought under it. So with what I understand, and I'll have to work this through with Brandon and Mike Shaw as well, that we will drain this down to the detention pond that is an oversized detention pond for the area. But as far as it permeating through, it's clay. It's not going to hold water.
Well, we don't want
want water next to these buildings.
This is one of those areas that we are very concerned about holding the LID with the water here.
Correct.
Okay. Well,
and as part of the law, it actually states that if it's not feasible, then we can go other routes.
James, this is Austin. I called in. This is Austin with Horrocks. So we are working closely with Wayne from AGEC to determine what is feasible for LID in this area, and we will follow his guidance on what's acceptable and what's not.
So this is Councilman Ivy. You answered a lot of my questions, and unlike some of the other council members, my original interest, I don't know if it's a concern because I think there is mitigation that could be made, but the blue clay, the Chimley formation, that is something that it's like oil and water. You know, Chinley and water doesn't mix. And what my question is specifically is the runoff that comes down the hill. And maybe that was partially answered, but specifically, I know that you've overexed 17 feet down and brought in foundational material. But my question is, what are we doing, or what has been done in the geotechnical report for mitigating like nuisance water that may run onto the property from the slope above it?
From the slope above it?
Mhm.
So by putting this, so that area, you can see by the retaining walls below lots 101 through 114, it raises that area. I want to say it's almost 14 feet.
It shows 12 on the contours.
12, okay. So by putting a buttress against that property, the way Wayne describes it, and I tried to get him here, but he had a family matter that he had to be to, that it reduces, you put a buttress against this, just like Washington City did with Telegraph. They put that buttress against Telegraph, and it's what's held anything that's happened above Telegraph, and that's what's corrected, Washington City's problem there. By us putting that dirt there, that holds and that reduces the risk of whatever goes above. We can't control that. We can't control how much water they water their yards, whatever they do. Water's the killer there. And that's why I appreciate Craig Quote's comments on draining it, getting it to drain boxes and getting it away from these homes. That's what we need to do with that nuisance water, is get it off of these walls into boxes and drain down to Bonnie Lane.
So I'm assuming that you'll have some kind of a desert landscape, not grass or...
Same with Desert Flower. We have fake grass in all the yards, in the front yards. Very, very little grass, if any, and they'll be pocketed away from the buildings.
And then the rain gutters will be part of the LID system.
Absolutely. Yep. And with the LID, we want them just going to the street. We do not want any of the rainwater off of these roofs going anywhere on the yards. They just need to come down to the rain gutters or down to the streets and get drained away from the buildings.
That would be advisable. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I have another question about it's in the packet on the look. I know in the other neighborhood, you switched the look of the units. Is this having the same change at the houses?
Maybe I don't understand. Switch the look
I can answer that for you, James. They didn't change these on these triplexes. So it was only the homes. And then let me bring up those elevations here. That's the old home look. And then they also here's what these homes are approved to look like right here.
And that's the homes we're getting, right?
I hope that's what they're doing, because that's what's on the approved PUD.
That's kind of what stems my question, is because in the packet it shows.
No, this is not what we're after. We're after the modern look of what we are building in Desert Flower.
Okay, you'll have to come back for this group then, James.
Okay. Yeah, we need to update that packet. I thought we had got those renderings.
You only did the homes, and these are the original approval. And then you came back just with the homes in Desert Flower. You changed those up to the modern look, but you did not present anything. And I asked at the time, I asked Steven about that, and he said, no, they were going to keep these like this. So it sounds like you guys have changed. So before you get any permits or anything, or before you do a final plat, maybe that can be a condition the council adds on this, is to come in and get these updated with whatever you're going to be building.
I know the city does have our renderings for Desert Trails. They're going to match really close to the approved renderings right across the street that has the Sagafer, the mix of the stucco and kind of a modern look. This look would definitely be an oddball out in what we have designed on both sides of the road from this. But they'll match fairly close to what we've already been approved for on the 15 acres across the road.
Is there any significant differences between what's pictured here and what originally was granted? I mean, just
modern. It's just the same
materials,
look, same materials with the Hardy board, with the Sagafer siding, and that has a 50-year life, I think, is what it is. Stucco. It's more of the modern look, though.
it's a different look though, and we'll have to approve it as a different application as far as the look for this PUD.
Okay.
You just have to come back for that section, just like you did on the other one.
You know, I thought you guys had that.
We might have had it
Can
on
we
that
pull
other
up the desert
application. but
trails because those.
Well, you might have had it on that one. That's what made me stem my question, because I remember you changed it on that one, but it wasn't presented in our packet like that. So
Right.
that's not part of the packet to change the look right now.
Yes.
Am I correct, Drew?
Yeah, that is correct. Like I say, when they came in and updated these guys, it was just in Desert Flower, and they went to that modern look and took these away. But then I asked them when they applied for these a year ago on the change, I said, are you going to change your triplexes? And they said no. So that's why I'm kind of caught off tonight saying they are changed, because but last I heard for these particular units, these triplexes on this south end of Bonnie Lane, this is what they were going to look like. So again, we'll just have that as part of the condition if the council approves this, to add another condition that before you get apply for final plat, you need to come in and get those updated to what you're building and get that approved by the planning commission and city council.
But Drew, this is Councilman Ivy. We do know that they need to come back and do that, but you don't see it as a problem, do you?
No, I don't.
And we do have those renderings. We could submit them to you as soon as tomorrow. I apologize about that, Drew. I thought you had all of our renderings on these.
So, I mean, I guess, so is the applicant requesting that we table this to put those renderings in with because otherwise I think what we're kind of suggesting as a group is we have that attached as a condition to come back on final plat.
I would prefer that we submit these renderings with final plat. You would have them as soon.
Well, no, before, they need to be approved before your final plat.
That is correct. Yes. And they go well with the area. They match the modern apartments that are going to be across the street. They match identical to the triplexes that are already approved along Bonnie Lane and along Bella Vista Drive. They'll be the same thing that we'll just be putting up here.
So the renderings will be brought in at final plat.
Oh, he needs to bring him in before he starts his building process, before he pulls a building permit.
That's my question. Exactly. Okay.
And when you say our building process, before we build any homes?
Before you pull a building permit.
Correct.
You can't start the home
Yeah,
until
that's
you get
right.
that approved.
And I don't.
Like I say, what I'd like to see is that you take care of that during your construction drawing time. Let's don't put it off. I just want them approved before you approve, apply for final plat. Let's get it done. You have them already, it sounds like. Just get them in, make that amendment. We'll run it through the process, hold the meetings with the planning commission, city council. Then, they accept that, you're on your way.
Okay. We will do that.
All right. Sorry, just to be clear. So Drew, you're suggesting that comes back before us before the final plat? So he would get back on the agenda.
Yes.
At his earliest convenience.
Yeah, in the next month or two, just because of the meeting time, we'll have him on probably in January, the first part of January, with those elevation updates.
And that shouldn't hold you up, should it?
No, if we could get approved just to be able to start grading and get the utilities going. But yeah, before we do any building, make sure, and before that final plat, we would get those renderings in and approved.
So I just got one clarifying question. Is that detention already built?
It is.
Okay.
So while we're on the detention, because I had the same question, can you, I don't know, Drew, you've got control of the screen there. Can you show us where that detention is going to be? Or I guess it's already built, so where it is?
Yeah, it's over here in this area. I don't know if you
can show it. Sorry to be picky, but can you go to the next item over where it shows the whole well,
I don't know if this one shows as much as I think you want, but let's bring it up. It's not showing much more.
Well, I was talking about the one that shows it's the exhibit 041118.
I have no idea what that exhibit is.
You were just on it a minute ago when you referred to it as an addition to the general.
Where'd that
referring us back to the general PUD plan. It's in my packet.
That might be the original plan.
That's fine. Go ahead where you were at, Drew. I'll follow.
Yeah, I think these probably show more than what the one you were wanting. I'll just
Okay.
let me bring up tonight's, and let me zoom down in here. Basically, it's this area over here along the backside of Horizons West is where the detention's all going to be.
Well, isn't there a significant slope still above from there to Horizons West?
Not per se in this
No.
area.
Okay.
It's become a monster detention pond.
It appears that there's this bigger slope than there is because of the fill dirt that's packed on the south side of Desert Cactus. But when you get over to the detention basin, it looks a fairly insignificant grade.
Yeah, it was good to meet with you, Chris, out there and actually walk the project so we could understand what that pile of dirt was.
And I appreciate that, James. For the record, that was not planned. I was there doing my due diligence and happened to run into and so I was able to ask a few questions then, but that is not my norm to meet with developers outside of this meeting, and that was not planned.
Okay.
Yeah. But I did appreciate some of the clarification that you gave me. That's probably why I'm not asking a lot of questions
I
now.
was surprised I recognized you. I was driving out of the project and thought maybe he has some questions.
If there's still a question on it, I'm wondering, Drew, if you could go to Google Earth real quick. If you want to be able to point out where that detention is.
Yeah, I'll just go to our map here and get rid of my red lines now.
What Drew's finding that, can you, are you concerned about moving the buildings to get the setbacks? There was a 10-foot minimum setback. Are these maps updated to show that?
Help me understand that.
There was a condition from Planning Commission to shift it over 10 feet from the west or east. I don't remember.
Oh, from the main roads, from Bella Vista Drive.
Is that already been accomplished on these plats?
On these ones, these are the same ones that Planning Commission. On the ones Horrocks Engineering's working with us, our engineer.
So
yes, we will have moved those away.
So I guess I would ask, if there's those conditions, why can't we get those updated before our council meeting? Like, you got 2 weeks, you can put them in and get everything updated. Just
we absolutely could have. I didn't know that you submit different plans.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to our staff. So
It is done on this.
It is done.
Yes.
Okay. As long
Yeah,
as
the minimum is in there. Before they had them over here where the retaining wall is. So it's already been adjusted.
Awesome. That is what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Mhm. So here's your aerial. The detention area is all right here.
Drew, on that area where the detention basin is, there's also it looks like a hard surface trail, but it's not asphalt yet. I'm coming into this process a little bit late. I'm just wondering if there was a particular trigger on when that might be asphalted. And I know we're dealing with Desert Flower and Desert Ridge and a potential additional project that was part of this PUD, but I really actually really appreciate the trails and the interconnectivity. I appreciate the fact that where they've addressed a lot of the drainage issues, not only by the over excavation, but by the detention basin. And I appreciate the fact that that trail will go all the way out to 300 East. But I'm just looking to see if a timeline has been, or a trigger point has been put in for where this will be asphalted and when the others will be as well.
I know that in the original motion, there was nothing that clarified that.
But I think it's a great amenity. I think it's a great trade-off given the density in that prior Desert Flower subdivision. From what I could tell, it seems like this was a very attractive product with the zero lot lines and the setbacks for those who need to be able to afford a home. And so I think what the developer is doing here is fitting a niche, and I certainly want to make sure we're getting some of those amenities in exchange for that density and you know, the little bit reduced setbacks and sidewalk that's not there. So have I given you enough time, Drew, or?
No, there is no trigger point.
Okay.
It would have been in the conditions or part of the motion.
And we could probably address that on the next item, which is specifically Desert Flower. I know this is all part of one master plan, but we could probably address that in the next item. On Desert Ridge, Drew, do you know what the setbacks from the street are? What the front and rear setbacks are on the triplex townhomes?
Well, they have to be 20 feet off of a street frontage over, you know, along here. And they're definitely over here. There's no problem because they had to be set back off because there's a power easement running through here.
So on Bella Vista and Bonnie, that's an easy 20 foot. What
Yeah.
about on the actual, you know, private drive or whatever into the cul-de-sac?
Let me go to that. Let me get off of this and get in here. Yeah, they meet it because they don't have any pop outs because every unit has to have a 20-foot driveway. So that meets my 20-foot setback, the way these are designed. So I have no issue with that.
They have a bit of an L shape or Utah shape floor plan. That's still.
Well, it doesn't matter because here's the pads that they're showing you, the yellow.
Okay.
And even if they, you know, they can build, let me try to show you what I'm talking about here. If the unit, like I say, this is the ownership pad. But to explain what I'm talking about, if the garage was out here and then they had the home come in like this, but they can't go out here at all, but they can be anywhere within that pad and not, you know, fill it with home. There could be
Gotcha.
a patio on the back here, you know, that could be what the house looks like.
And the distance, that's a 20-foot distance from the pad to the street.
Yes, right here is 20
Right.
feet because there has to be a 20-foot driveway.
But that because the pad is shaped that way, then the structure itself could not come forward closer to the street. It wouldn't. I mean, it's possible that that depending on the design of the home, that the driveway would be deeper than 20 feet, but not less.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and they won't be able to come this way with part of the home. Like sometimes we do give, you know, as long as like we'll let them build within 10 feet sometimes of the street side. This one it doesn't have that. So, and they can't go beyond that yellow box because then they're building in the common area and that's a no-no.
The other thing that I just wanted your feedback on, Drew, is when looking at the site, talking about, you know, the over-X and then mixing the fill dirt and bringing, you know, getting the sites, the pads build ready. It looks like that will naturally come into the grade of the hillside to the south. Is that how you kind of understand that will be there won't be a significant, and maybe some of the professionals here on this council can address that too. I'm just trying to understand how that will transition from the hillside into the development as it flattens out.
Well, I'm hoping at the foot of this retaining wall and the back of this lot, that if anything, it drains that way a little bit and then out as it's planned to do in between the homes. So it'll be relatively flat back there because they cannot have any flow, you know, of the earth going that direction in this case, because the water will drain right into the building. So it's going to be relatively flat, or it's going to be pushed actually back this way, you know, maybe 0.5% to 1% or whatever.
And they'll preserve that natural open space of that hillside. I mean, aesthetically, that's
Up here, yes.
It's who we are. It's pretty.
Yeah, they're probably not going to mess with this at all. The only work that'll be done is whatever it takes to build this retaining wall.
Drew, what's our minimum setback from a building to a wall?
Well, we really don't have one per se. We have setbacks are based to property lines.
And I think I'd ask Mike Shaw, what's your recommendation with an 8-foot wall right up against a house with drainage coming down on it? I know what mine is. I'm just wondering what Mike's is. They just
I don't really have one. It'd be whatever the geotech's recommending for it. I know if it was my house what I would want, but
I think if it was my house, I'd want a minimum of 8 feet.
well, I'd want a minimum 15, but
Right.
and that's, I mean, I did a project just like this, just so you know, and I gave it 15 feet. And,
Yeah.
and it made sense just because of the potential for the water to come over the wall and then come down. I mean, you want to trap it all, but that's my recommendation. That just looks tight to me.
Well, and then if you move it back further, then you have more cut. So
Yeah, and that's the other trade-off. So either if you can't fit the wall in, maybe it's 10. That's the answer
Right.
for the fact. Like, without diving into the design of it, it just
We'll
looks really
definitely have that V-shaped ditch above the wall, that the water is not going to go over the wall under these properties. I appreciate that comment because we deal with it a lot around town, but we do need that separation and the precautions above the wall to make sure that drainage is not going onto those units.
So Drew, the setbacks have been addressed. How about the site distance requirements?
Yes, they have.
Thank you.
It's fine.
Thank you. Any additional questions? We ready for a motion?
I have one clarifying question.
Sure.
I'm looking at this 5A preliminary Desert Ridge Phase 1 PUD approval. I'm looking at condition 14, and it's talking about the west side of the project, which tells me that's over on the Desert Flower side, limiting some of the homes to single story. Is that at this point, that's basically built out. Is that necessary, or can that be eliminated?
Well, that you're not voting on that, Councilman. That's just to give you the conditions on the PUD. which
Oh, okay, I was
they need to
confused.
read.
I leaned over to Doug and was asking him about that. So
Yeah, I gave you the report and the approved PUD, so you had that for your reference.
we have the 14 conditions on this one that we're looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay, that makes more sense to me. Thank you.
You're
I'm not
welcome.
used to having all the backstory like this. So
Yeah, 15, 16, and 17 are the next item, I believe.
if there is a motion to be made, it sounds like we would need to, if there were to be a motion for approval, it sounds like that would need to include an additional condition that address the particular design of these townhomes to match. They're telling whatever design they like. They're telling us it's going to match the modern design like Desert Flower. How should that be worded, Drew?
I would just say that, but condition 15 would state, before final plat can be applied for, updated and approved elevations need to go through the city approval process, something to that effect.
I wouldn't say final plat. I'd say before building permit.
I want it before final plat.
But you can say that too, but you want them before pull a building permit. Because what if you tell them they can go? That happens once in a while where we let them go on one of the units. I just want to be clear, building final plat and before a building permit.
That's a good point, because they could pull that card of the model home
Yeah.
privilege thing. Good catch. Yep. Yeah, before any building permits can be applied for.
I think it'll be covered.
And we're specifically wanting the design elevations on the townhomes is.
Yes, amended elevations to the townhomes need to be approved by the city before any building permits can be issued. There you go. That makes it even simpler.
I'll take a stab at a motion if there's no further discussion. A motion that we approve the preliminary plat for Desert Ridge Phase 1 located approximately at Bonnie Lane and Bella Vista Drive, based on the findings subject to the 14 conditions, plus an additional condition number 15 that design elevations for the townhomes be approved by the council before any building permits are issued on this project.
Perfect.
So did we get any confirmation on when the amenities are going to be installed on that next phase to the east as part of the, I think that needs to be, if we didn't address it, do you know, James?
That would be in phase 2 as we develop out Bonnie Lane down to 1100 East. So that would come in with the next phase.
I felt like the trail could be addressed on the Desert Flowers, the next item.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you on that one. But this
Otherwise,
trail,
I
this
see what
trail
you're
will be
saying.
installed as part of this plat in front of these lots along Bonnie Lane.
Yeah, we can do that one.
Yeah, it's on the plat, the preliminary plat, so that would be a part of it.
That's fine with us. We want it there.
That
So-
shows an asphalted trail as well.
Correct.
And I see the way that the width of the road is finished, looks like full width. I have no other concerns, and I think my motion is still there. Unless somebody has other concerns that need to be addressed.
I think my only other concern is the landscaping on that slope. I just don't want an ugly slope. I know you guys don't
Neither
either,
do we.
but I know you have your constraints, but it's just a concern. We have a few slopes around town that just get left.
Well, from an excavator's background, I deal with a lot of the landscaping. Our landscaping along Bella Vista Drive that we did around Desert Flower, it'll probably resemble a lot that way with the modern, more straight lines.
In your PUD application, I don't remember if you had your landscaping plan in it.
I don't know.
Drew, did we address that? The only reason why I bring it up is because the original PUD did not have the units as far back to the south because of the power line. They had to be shifted.
Right.
But I'm just wondering.
Our plan is to do pocket planters in there with some trees and shrubs along that trail that are more straight, just more angled and more jagged to where it's more along the modern landscape design.
Drew's pulling it up. So it had the tree line, but the units were way closer to the road and it didn't have.
Yeah, this is a really old design.
This is what was
This is your approved design.
approved design.
Right. And now we're updating the design. It is, I mean, this was a long process getting the whole thing to get approved. And then we appreciate Washington City being able to try and do this in phases, because for the longest time we came and the whole thing would get denied because this far south corner didn't conform with the
and
piece
I don't
we were
want to
actually
go down
going.
that discussion tonight. So I appreciate that. I think what I'm after is, and I'm not trying to be your landscape designer, but I'm tired of seeing engineered slopes that are just straight slopes. I think we need to break them up a little bit, and I would just have that as a recommendation, and I will second Councilman Staley's motion.
Conversation on the motion at hand here. So just and partially just to be clear here, there was some discussion that's in the minutes from the planning commission. Commissioner Smith asked a question about the retaining wall, and he referred to that as a 12-foot retaining wall. Is that correct?
2-tier 12-foot retaining wall. So you'll have a planter in between it.
6 and 6 then.
Right. Or 8 and 4. However, it will look the best on that. But you do have 12 feet of retaining there. That will not be a single retaining wall. It'll be a double.
Is that on the south side or north side? Which side?
Back side. On both.
So you got,
Because in the comments here, you're stating that you would take off 2 layers of the wall to help the concern.
That was a privacy wall on the back side for the neighbors of Horizons West. That's not a retaining wall. They were getting confused in with that we had retained right up against their existing block wall because we didn't want to put any field dirt up against that. But obviously our residents would like a privacy wall in their backyard. We ran it up as a standard 6-foot block wall and the neighbor complained about it. So we did drop that down 2 blocks so that it wasn't quite so high, but we still had some kind of a privacy wall back there. So that actually doesn't, I mean, that comment was more about a privacy wall.
That was on phase 1.
It's
right?
it's in line with the comment Commissioner Smith is asking about a retaining wall. Your answer then is about the privacy wall?
Well, Commissioner Coates was about the retaining wall.
No, I'm referring to the
talking
Commissioner
planning
Coates would have
commission.
been this. This is the minutes.
Oh,
from the-
okay. So his comment was on a retaining wall below a privacy wall. The retaining wall brought us up to grade next to Horizons West. This was a public comment about the privacy wall along the back. of Desert Flower.
But that's in phase
Desert
1.
Flower.
That's over in phase
Correct.
1. Right.
Yeah,
So
they're
is that
not
what
worried
he's
about the
referring to,
retaining walls.
No,
Councilman?
I'm reading from the minutes
For the
attached to
for this phase, right?
this
For this
phase, yeah.
Desert Ridge.
James, would you mind, just for clarification, because I want to understand what Councilman Ward is referring to as well. Can you just point out on this map where the retaining walls are and the number of retaining walls?
So right where Drew's
I don't
cursor
see
is,
if I can see where they're.
he's drawn an arrow right to the retaining wall, right there. It goes from 0, right where we enter into the project on lot 101. And then it will go to a 12-foot retaining wall across the back of lot 101 to 114. That'll be a 2-tier retaining wall, if I'm remembering it correctly. And what I'm looking at this plan, and I think the only 2-tier is actually on the back side of where it goes from 131 to 134. There's only one piece that's a 2-tier retaining wall, and that's up Florence Drive. So along the back of 101 through 114 is actually a single retaining wall. Craig, you're right where you can see that well. What's the height of that retaining wall right there?
Well, look, I don't know. It's not that clearly labeled.
I don't think
It looks like
it's
they have a
more than-
2-tier on the back side, on the south side, and a single tier just based on their weight.
Correct.
And then the north side has, that's why they have 12 feet of slope plus 8 feet wall.
That's what it is a single tier 8-foot wall across the back of there.
No, across the
Across
north side.
The north side,
The
yes.
south side looks like it's a 2-tiered wall.
That is correct.
It could go from 8 to 12.
So we'll probably have a 6 and 6 at our highest point with some kind of landscape planter between them, with a V ditch on the top of the top wall, directing the water around into different drainage basins that'll take it away.
So we have a motion.
We do have a
but not
motion,
second yet?
and I believe we have a second.
Yeah, I seconded it. Coates seconded it.
So I have a motion and a second. If there are no other questions or comments, I'll entertain a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, thank you. That is approved. We'll go to item B, consideration to approve the preliminary plat for Desert Flower Phase 2A, located at approximately Bonnie Lane, Bella Vista Drive, same applicant.
Thank you, council. The applicant is requesting, as stated, approval of the preliminary plat for Desert Flower Phase 2A. The applicant is proposing 8 lots on the area coverage of 5.109 acres. The zoning, once again, at this designation is the Plan Unit Development Residential. The surrounding zoning is PUD to the north, south, east, and west. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it pertains to this location. Staff's reviewed the request and recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plat as outlined. The Planning Commission held a public hearing and reviewed the request at their October 21st, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for Desert Flower Phase 2A. On to you, the City Council, and that's based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. And again, as stated, there are 15, which adds 3 to the standard, and that's number 13. The developer will shift all pads a minimum of 10 feet to the west and allow setbacks to be met on Buena, and it should not be Buena Vista again, it's Bella Vista. Number 14, all garages to each home will be set back a minimum of 20 feet from any street boundary. And 15, an updated traffic study will be required when construction drawings are reviewed. And that's your conditions on this one. Be glad to answer any questions you might have.
So Drew, the first same question that was asked on the other one. So the shift has been made in this drawing we're looking at?
This one, unfortunately, I don't think it has. The area, I'm going to show you the area of concern.
There's been a shift because it's not on the road anymore.
Is this area right here needs to be a minimum of 20 feet.
Are you talking about that shift?
Yeah, yeah, the 10 foot. It looks awful close to the road. I just wonder if that reflects the shift. I don't know if you know that or not, right offhand.
Now, again, this design, the homes appear to be closer, but they're more in line with, let me get my mouse to work. Now, over in this particular, again, as part of the original Desert Flower Phase 1, which I'm talking here, the homes were allowed to be 20 feet livable area off of the street, but the garages had to be set back 20 feet with a 20-foot driveway. And so that's what the one note is saying, is that, you know, because these homes are going to be built like the ones in Desert Flower. So the driveway can be back here and the home can be up forward, like we were pointing out in that last agenda item.
But it says that all the pads would be shifted 10 feet to the west. So over against Bella Vista is where, or have they been shifted to the west?
No, it looks like this was the area that caused the concern right here on this corner. And that does not look like it met, you know, I'm talking about from here to here. This one did not get updated.
And we do have an updated plan with that showing.
I just thought that looked close and wondered if that reflected that change yet.
Yeah, that's the one we did not get in right there. So that's going to push all these this direction.
Drew, this is probably for my own information, but when you say an updated traffic study, what's the standard that you'd like to see on that?
Well, that unfortunately is not my comment. That's Public Works. And I think they're just asking, because when this was done, you know, the approval on the PUD, and that it's a relationship with Telegraph. It's coming off of Telegraph and at the intersection of Bella Vista and Telegraph is, I think, what that is referred to.
So something within a couple of months of application, or is that kind of the standard?
They can get it during their construction drawings. That's one of the ones that we, you know, would associate with that anyway. It's just that they gave one back when this was approved almost 2 years ago, and they're just wanting an updated one for 2020.
Well, I'll bring up the couple items I have when it comes to the amenity needs to be included and the trail needs to be installed as part of this, because when else is it going to get done? Because the other Desert Flowers is already most all built out as far as lots. So this is the appropriate time, in my opinion, to build that amenity. And when we look at the PUD approval, pretty vague, but my iPad's slow. Is anyone else's slow tonight?
I got you here.
I'm trying to see what it says because it said like barbecue pits and something.
Let me try to zoom in.
You can go ahead and address that, James, if you're ready. Oh,
What I would like to request is we leave it that way until we do the 15-acre parcel, which really includes all the parks and the trails and the grass areas. Right now, that trail goes down to 300 east, and then it goes off into the dirt. It doesn't really have any connection at all. By the time we do the 15-acre parcel, Bonnie Lane will be complete. 1100 East will be complete. This trail will have a place to go. Right now, I'm leading a trail into a property I would rather people not even be until that I have that construction constructed through there.
so I appreciate your thought, but I'm sitting here thinking, okay, we've got 40 lots currently that are ready to go and you can build houses on anytime. And then you're asking, and then we're doing the next 8. I think it's time to make that connection to the west. And then, I mean, I agree. Maybe you don't pave it all the way to 300 East. That would be the best scenario. But at some point, we gotta start piecing these things together little by little, or else they just don't get done. And what I don't want to happen is sometimes if we don't allocate, because you have a bunch of trail and a whole part to do with your next 10 lots over here.
10 lots over where?
Sorry, you're just to the east of your phase 1, east of Bella Vista. Like clear to the east. So you have a trail and an amenity center with a pool that's got to be put in then. So if
That's
we push
correct. And it's just, it's along, so we're providing the secondary access for ours, of course, the Bella Vista and the townhomes over on the other side. We're asking that at least the trail system comes in with the bigger portion of the development, which is in the 15 acres. I can understand doing.
But which 15 acres, can you be clear? Sorry, I'm just not following.
And where it says future development.
Well, that has its own thing too, where you've got all the amenities a part of that to do as well.
It does have all the trail system and it does have all the amenities.
So
40 homes, that's
how many units do we have in that development?
191.
Those are apartments.
They are correct.
So Councilman Coates, the amenities you're talking about is a trail that goes to 300 East and the amenity area just to the west of the units.
And the amenity,
Specifically, right?
That's how this thing was sold to the city, is that we would get amenities. And I just understand putting them off, but I just hate putting them off to the end where you got to do all the amenities next.
Correct. And we were, the trail connecting to 300 East has been a discussion is whether or not we're going to even do it or not. It's a maintenance road for the city sewer line.
But the trail was sold as the PUD, that the trail would be finished.
So the trail around the entire 15 acres, I don't know how many miles of trail that is. That's a long trail.
Besides Drew, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the trail all the way to 300 East is one reason why it got approved? Is that you would make that connection?
Yeah, but I don't know if it was required that it be all asphalt. I think they were going to put in a trail along there that it still have to be defined as a trail and maybe use chat or some product like that, if I remember right.
Councilman Ward, you were on the council then. Do you remember the discussion on that?
Well, I don't remember what the surface was of the trail. No.
We don't mind evaluating
I think
that,
at this,
Craig,
well, I was just gonna say at this point, we really need to go back to what's called out on the documents that were submitted and approved. So that shouldn't, maybe you can just pull that up for us, Drew. Looks like you're already going there.
As I recall, it's never been a requirement to have an asphalt trail.
And that might be
To that
clear.
connection.
I'm just showing, it shows asphalt here. It looks like an asphalt on the approved PUD. And I'll admit, it doesn't show like it going to the west any farther than this current property line.
Right.
I
think that eventually that would be a good thing. I mean, it's along a maintenance road of a city road, but you're asking a long trail for 40 units. I would like
we're
to
over.
have that at least in the second or third phase, where when we're actually creating the trail system around 191 units and we're bringing in that many rooftops, that starts to make sense. But right now we're going to develop out 2 main roads that are nothing but secondary accesses for the ability to start developing the rest of this piece. And our counts come from the retirement community to the northeast of us and Bella Vista, not necessarily ours.
So I guess I'm gonna have to kind of go back to what Councilman Coates, the prior council was allowed this to be broken up into pieces.
Correct.
You chose the pieces and you chose the amenities that would be going with each of those pieces. I think the assumption was that these amenities would come with this portion that was approved.
I agree. The amenities are there, but it was never an asphalt trail as the amenity.
Well, I think Drew's looking at that to see.
I think that it would be
I certainly
a great
can't.
addition, and I think that we could work with the city on asphalt if that's what they're wanting for their maintenance road, to turn into an asphalt trail along that detention pond and down into 300. I think it'd be a good addition. This seems really soon into the project to require that long of a trail as a part of this new 8 lots of a phase.
So I appreciate that comment. So I just did the math. If there's 191 plus you have 82 lots that you're asking for with all this stuff as of right now. Right.
And what I'm saying is that the point of 191 units coming in for preliminary plat would probably make more sense to require asphalting all the way down to 300.
I guess
if that's ever even a requirement.
Maybe you're not following me. And let's take the asphalt trail off the table for just a second with just amenities. Yeah, but there's 273 units, say the one we just approved and the one in this 8 lots. If you add all that up as part of the PUD, that's 273 units with the 191. Okay.
And they have their own amenity package all the way through it.
Okay, but you're asking us to push off an amenity here to them.
No, this has nothing to do with 191 units.
Okay.
If I'm understanding it, like maybe they'll use that, but they'll have their own barbecue pits. They'll have their own swimming pool, clubhouse, workout area.
Okay, if you want to separate them, that's fine. We'll separate them. I guess what I'm saying is that there's 82 lots out of not very many lots left then. I was trying to include them in so you had a bigger percentage, but if you exclude them, now all of a sudden you're way over 50% done with your lots. I was trying to throw in the 191 with the 82, which gives you 273 lots. And even at 82 lots at 273, you're 30% right now if this gets approved. And a lot of the amenities we've been requiring on these other developments is at 30% you have your amenity in. Not all the amenities, but you have an amenity in. And I'm looking
with that will include, the walking trails along the base of these 8 lots, all the townhomes and up Florence Drive. You will have all of those walking trails in there.
Yeah, and you didn't have to put sidewalk in, so you put the trail into the sidewalk, so it's double. I get that.
Right.
It's double the cost.
It is.
But as part of your PUD, it's
so what you're saying is maybe we put some amenities down at the base of Cactus Drive.
I'm just asking to put in the amenities you show on your PUD. That's all I'm asking for.
Over here?
On the west side.
Yeah, at the end of Desert Cactus.
Yeah.
So see where the red square is there.
There's
So
a horseshoe pit, barbecue, and pavilion. That and the trails in front. The trails in front of it all the way. Because then you'd have a trail from your barbecue pit and your pavilion all the way along. Is it Cactus Drive?
Okay.
Desert Cactus and then
you just
over to Bonnie.
And you keep going to Bonnie.
And that makes sense. Yeah.
Craig,
I think that's a great suggestion. It's a
seems like the trail's really the question. Whether it gets
it's
paved,
the mile
right?
trail all the way down to 300. But yes, you're concerned with this area having the barbecue pit and
just having what you said you would put in.
Yep.
Based on the PUD.
That makes sense.
Ooh, did you have any?
The city has asked for us to make sure we keep a little bit of an open. So if a back truck or anything needs to come through down Cactus, that we leave enough access that they can drive up onto their maintenance road. So we would have to just be aware of that.
Why don't we just take the trail to it, and then people can walk on the maintenance road? And you know what I mean? Or is that?
I didn't say that again.
I'm just saying. Right now, you show your trail running along the street, and then it jumps up to the north side.
Connect.
Correct.
Just connect the one and connect it into the maintenance road.
Yeah, that would just have to be to where. So see where those parking stalls are. That would just need to have the ability for some maintenance vehicles to drive up and onto the maintenance road so they can maintain that sewer line. But yes, that is the idea, that the trail connects into those amenities.
And James, when we're talking about that, that first phase of Desert Flowers is really nice. I love the homes. I love the style. I think there was some definite give and take with the density with the city, but now the city's saying, hey, we're ready for this park.
Right.
So this needs to be really nice, because these families that are moving in here, they don't have yards around their houses. So they need this to be a really nice, even if we're not going to asphalt that trail from, Desert Cactus down to 300 East, this amenity needs to be really nice. And I think what this council is saying is, as a condition of approval for these additional 8 lots, we want this to be a great little pocket park for the 40 and the 8 for this
makes sense.
phase for Desert Flower. And is that correct, council?
And I wouldn't say it's addition. It's what was what was approved prior on the PUD. I'm just asking for what was approved and agreed upon.
Drew, did you have any success on those old minutes?
There's nothing. I had them on the screen. I ran through them. There wasn't anything there or in the minutes, because they would have made it part of their motion. But I like the trail. I mean, if they're going to have to put in a utility road, just make that the trail. I mean, it can serve a dual purpose. We don't need to build 2 different things through that area. So I think I like that, and it could come at a later date. That's fine too. But this, where I got the red star, that needs to be part of this. Absolutely.
So I have a question for Mike Shaw. Is the road that runs out to 300, that's a utility access, is that built on top of the sewer line, or is it just an access to it?
That road was actually built for the sewer line to go in.
But is the sewer line underneath that roadway?
Directly underneath that dirt road.
So it may not be advisable, or what's your input to asphalt that or just do a hard pack?
Asphalt's fine.
Centered right over the sewer manholes or sewer line?
Well, even if it went to the side of it, probably better to the side of it. But either way, we can get to it on the side, in the middle, whatever, with the jet trucks.
Just if you have traffic there, pedestrian traffic, it'd be nice if you're off to the side when you have to go in there and maintain, it would seem, if that's possible.
Yeah, usually people don't want to be around us when we're doing that kind of work.
So when I was out there earlier today and walked Desert Cactus, this private street, and I see where this this little pocket park is it just further to the east, or to the west, where that detention pond or that detention basin is? I'm trying to make sure that we're not trying to put this park over where that detention basin is. And I can't remember exactly how it all lays out there, not being on site right now.
Yes, there's a flat spot right before it drops down into the detention basin, and that's where these amenities would go.
Okay, so the detention basin is, okay, that's where the pocket park would be. You're drawing it in right there.
How big is that pocket park?
On the plat here, the original PUD approved says 0.28 acres, horseshoe pits, barbecue, and pavilions. But I don't know if you do fake or real grass or something, but for the density that you've got and the 0 lot lines on the sides and the setbacks from the front and the back, this really needs to be a nice amenity, like a nice little park.
And we want that too. Just to clarify those 0 lot lines, this has given this affordable housing, a lot bigger yard than any product that Washington City has approved. They've got 10-foot RVs, all the RV pads, or 10 foot between each home that is their usable property. They've got a backyard that's usable. So in reality, for this entry level of home, I don't know for the price point if there is a home that Washington City's approved that has more usable to the homeowner space that they can use for their own purpose. So we do appreciate that. And that is the reason why it's been so successful.
Council, how detailed of a plan do you think we need on this amenity? I mean, for example, I don't know if the parking stalls are asphalt or gravel. I think currently they're gravel. It'd be nice to see how the trail ties into that utility road, and I think that's something to address at a future date.
The parking stalls come right off the street. I would assume that they're asphalt.
I think now from going on memory, I think they're gravel, and it seems like there may be some signs that are there that
Right now, the whole area is gravel.
Maybe you can answer that, James. Do you anticipate that area, that being asphalt parking stalls?
I think it'll look better with asphalt, but we would, usually you put some high back curb around these and make it to where people can't drive up onto the amenity. This might be a little bit different where we'll probably, in the whole unit, in the whole subdivision, we've done low back. Your city maintenance vehicles ought to be able to drive over that just fine. If we maybe do a low back curb on the back of these parking stalls, just so they're able to drive over it.
James, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the Desert Ridge Phase 1. Can you give us an idea of the easements and property if you've acquired those for the build out of 1100 East when that triggers at 30 units? Have you got what you've got done or where you're at on your timeline regarding that?
Oh, so Monday, Austin, are you online still? He may have gotten off. Monday, I should have all of the survey, what's called the legals, to be able to get the signatures from Winter Haven for the trade-off of property to be able to reroute that road so that we can approach them. And they've already verbally agreed to do this, but I'm hoping by next week we can get those. We won't be able to pull any more than 30 permits, which obviously is a pretty big incentive for us to get this road in.
Yeah. So you did have a good conversation with the Winter Haven folks about the realignment. And I know I had that conversation some months back and tried to show them the benefits of having that road line up and to have that. And they were concerned about losing some of their property for that.
Correct.
And you did have those conversations with them.
We have. The city's willing to do their concession of where the road that is entering into their project. I think the city owns a little bit of that.
A little bit.
It's going to be more of a trade deal where we'll improve the 1100 East out, and then that will be deeded as part as their parking. And I think they'll actually get a better parking and a better common area that they can use over this deal than what they currently have.
It will be a benefit, no doubt. Thank you.
Drew, I have one other question. I'm trying to, what is that area below between the street and what appears to be the double rock walls there? I'm looking at the colored version.
Again, that's that power easement that runs through here, that red dotted line.
Right. So that'll be just left.
It'll be pretty much what you guys just talked about over here, to the east.
Oh, okay.
It's the same scenario, kind of same setup.
You'll landscape that as well.
Okay.
Yes, and the trail, just like the other one was, should be about the same.
The other one. We'll landscape that and put those trails along with it as well.
it looks like to me, back to that last, yeah, if you could actually back to the Desert Flower side. So because of that power line easement and because of the grade, these 8 lots sit quite far to the south. There's a lot of usable space in there. Is that common area, or I mean, you have a little bit of space if you look on that turquoise where the detention basin is. You're trying to squeeze a little park in there, but you have so much room along where that trail would be and on the south of that road. Am I
Not
missing
able to
something?
See the topo lines, but that's a lot of space, but it's a lot of steep space.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So it is not going to be very usable. It'll
Not
be
usable, that's right.
a good little project to get a trail system in there. But we can make it happen.
I don't read maps for a living. Thanks for pointing that out. How about a slide?
We could do a slip and slide. How about that?
We get some cool
The
slides.
funny
up
thing
there.
is, it's probably not steep enough for a slide.
Okay, any additional questions?
Yeah, sorry. Mike Shaw, are you okay with the utilities coming out the back underneath those walls? Or do we not have a choice?
I thought they were bringing them out the front. Well, yeah.
Well, out to the north, but you got to go down, it looks like at least 12 feet of wall.
It's the property owner's utilities, so it won't be the city's responsibility to maintain.
So our responsibility stops at the street right away with the lateral there.
Yes.
Then just one more question for Mr. Jessup. The on the plan here, we talked about the rock walls on the other one. This one shows very similar rock walls. I'm just noticing your architect called out a slightly different. On the legend, it shows the rock wall. I guess my question is, it's just drawn slightly differently on the plan. That's still the same type of rock wall you're planning in the other
Correct.
development? Just okay.
Is it rock or is it
It will be
stacked
rock.
block?
Stacked rock.
Okay, stacked rock. So it's natural rock stacked.
It's just a lot more landscape. It looks better. It's not such a commercial feel.
Okay, one more time. Any additional questions?
So on this one, I don't. Should we be seeing the trail?
Yeah, I think I'm wondering. I don't want
to beat it to death, but we're approving this, and I don't see the trail, or we're
well, the trail
considering
needs
this.
to be a part of it. I just am wondering if on this one we just I don't want to hold them up, but I just want to see the trail and the amenities put in, and what the plan is kind of what I'm thinking.
And not talking the trail to 300, the trail specific to this.
Yeah, we need to figure that out later, I guess. But
Can we just approve with the trail to be added somewhere to the other one at this point, or do you want to see it on there?
well, what about the amenity? I mean,
Well,
we're talking about a
we
steep
talked
slope.
amenities as well. I think we concluded that was should happen. Amenities and the trail between Bonnie and the units.
Well, to be consistent with how we're trying to get the most updated information before we approve these. If the mayor's okay, I think I'd make a motion that we table this item until we can get the preliminary plat to reflect the items we discussed tonight. The trail on the north side to the edge of the current property boundary of this phase, and the amenity as per the PUD application that was approved.
I'll second the motion.
I do have a motion and a second.
Just by way of clarification, so your intention is to table this, have those in, and then when the motion comes back, you would attach an amendment to finish the amenities, or just pass it with the amenities that are shown on the update?
At that point, I wouldn't need to make a condition because it's part of the preliminary plat. So I would just approve it based on the amenities that, and I'm only asking for the amenities that they said they'd put in on the PUD,
Right. Okay.
which are the pavilion, the horseshoe pit. Now, if they want to swap one out for another, if there's a better use, I think that works. But I think those would have to be discussed if they were different than what was approved. Horseshoe pit, barbecue, and pavilion.
Are you clear?
Shifted.
Yeah, all the items that need to be addressed that were either a condition or requested upon. So are we clear on those?
Okay, I have a motion and a second, correct? Roll call vote again.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IVI.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
All right, that's tabled. Move on to item C, consideration to approve
Mayor, did we put a date on that?
The next meeting.
next meeting.
Okay. That'll be December 9th, just for those who are making note.
Thanks, James. Item C, consideration to approve the preliminary plat for Oak Grove located at approximately 240 West, 2800 South. Applicant David Nassau.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant is requesting approval of the preliminary plat for Oak Grove. The applicant is proposing 8 lots on an area of coverage of 7.27 acres. The zoning designation at this particular location is a single-family residential, 15,000 square foot minimum, or we refer to as the R1-15 zoning designation. The surrounding zoning to this proposal is R1-15 to the west, RA1 residential agricultural 1 acre to the east, and Washington County zoning to the north and south. This particular proposed area was recently annexed into the city earlier this year. The proposed subdivision conforms to the approved zoning. The request meets the subdivision requirements and other city ordinances as it relates to this location. Staff's reviewed the requested and recommends approval with conditions of this preliminary plat as outlined. Planning Commission reviewed this request through a public hearing on their October 21st. Actually, it was October 21st, 2020 meeting. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the preliminary plat for Oak Grove subdivision onto you, the City Council, based on the findings and subject to the conditions in your report. And they are the standard 12 plus number 13, which has actually been addressed. So I won't even bring that one up because it's now on your plat. And that was a landscaping strip be called out and labeled, which it is showing. You can see it written by lots 1 and lot 8. And so with that, it'll just be the standard 12 conditions for a preliminary plat. I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on Oak Grove subdivision.
Mayor, if there's no discussion at all, I just want to, first of all, before I make the motion, just say it's refreshing to see an R115. I know everyone is expecting me to say that, so.
Is that a motion to move forward?
That's right.
All right, I'll entertain a motion then.
Thank you, Mayor. I make a motion to approve the preliminary plat for Oak Grove located at 240 West, 2800 South.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Again, we'll do a roll call vote. We'll start with Councilman Ivy.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. All right, item 6, plat amendment / revision. Consideration to approve a plat revision to the preliminary plat for Brio Phase 3G, located approximately Brio Parkway and Main Street. Purpose of the revision is to show single-family detached units compared to single-family attached units, co-west.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Again, the applicants requesting approval of an amended preliminary plat for the 3G subdivision within Brio. The reason for the amended request, as stated by the mayor, is to move from 14 townhome units, which you see off here on the right, over on this cul-de-sac over here where my big arrow just popped up. Now they're wanting to go to the single lot detached kind of patio design that you just recently approved in their PCD amendment a couple weeks ago. The patio homes will be laid out in such a way that they will mirror garages and mirror courtyard areas. Let me bring up that exhibit to kind of help give you an idea of why we did this. So with that, and staff has reviewed this particular proposed amended preliminary plat and finds it conforms still to the PCD zoning of the Brio PCD, and the subdivision also remains in compliance with subdivision ordinance of the city. Planning Commission reviewed the request at their November 4th, 2020 meeting. Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the amended preliminary plat for Brio 3G subdivision. On to you, the City Council. And that is based upon the original conditions and findings from the August 12th, 2020 meeting, with a few additional conditions, basically number 14 through 16. And I just wanted to bring those up. This is kind of what we talked about, going to these smaller lots. Staff was kind of concerned, so I met with the developers, and that's why we threw this exhibit in for you. So number 14, the patio homes will be oriented in such a manner that front porch entries will be adjacent or mirror each other lot to lot. Where the building floor plan options exist, i.e. an additional third bedroom, at least one of the units will be required to have the open courtyard between the two units left. So they won't be able to add the addition on the opposite home if the one on the other side takes it first, is the best way to explain that. This will still be able to allow for more open space between these buildings, and that's why we're doing this. So the side yard walls between the units on property lines will be limited to the rear yard areas only. No front or side yard walls will be allowed to be built in this particular subdivision. So in essence, the walls will be back here in this area that's kind of white, and any block walls will just come up to where it meets the green area there with their fences going into those block walls there. Number 16,
Drew, sorry, while you're on this, can you just show me what you're talking about with this third bedroom?
Yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm going to back out of here and go to their elevations. Their floor plans. I'm going to scroll down and I'll find one here. Now here's an example of what it would be. So some of these will come with an option that they can add a studio or a third bedroom, and you can kind of see the outline ends up being up here. And let me get my pin. So this would turn in, if they wanted to make an option of a third bedroom, this particular option that they have to buy. So if one client does that, puts this in, then the one who's opposite over here that's mirrored cannot do that. We don't want two of those being options to close that open gap. Does that help explain that to you?
Okay. And those sit at the front of the house.
Yes, and let me go back to the green, the other exhibit here, and I get rid of those guys now. So again, we're trying not to close off this open gap that we're trying to create here to not make the homes feel so tight in this particular subdivision. Hopefully that helps explain that to you.
Gotcha.
And then again, the block walls have to be maintained back here in the back rear yard areas only. So no block walls separating between, even on garage sides. There will be no block walls in here where the area is shaded green. Again, to help keep that more open.
And the additional bedroom goes in front of the entrance?
Well, some of them here, let me get my pencil. Some of these have an option for a studio or a third bedroom. So again, I'm going to pick this guy right here. Someone could fill this in with a third bedroom. So this person would not be able to take advantage of that option here. That would be a no-no. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
This one would be okay, but once he does his, then the guy on the opposite side cannot do that option. That's what that note basically means. And the developer's fine with this. They kind of get what that was all about when I brought that to the attention. Number 16, the 10-foot, sorry, that's not Tim, it should be 10-foot areas required to setbacks in the side yards will be landscaped in such a manner to have trees or very large scale bushes planted where there exists window to window matches from each dwelling unit. And again, so if I have the garages here where they line up, like in these two right here, let me get my pencil again. And they've got it on here shown. So if I have windows that match up side to side, there has to be a tree like what they're showing here. Just because of the closeness of these homes. And that's basically it. And I did add 17 because this is new, and since they are now updating this, the LID is in place, which is normally up here in your other conditions. But again, these are the old original ones from their approval back when on this particular item. So we've added these. So 17 is just the state requirement for the LID. So pardon my bad grammar, that is a report, and I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Drew, on condition number 16, could you tell us the difference between a very large scale bush and a medium scale bush?
I will take a 5 or 6 foot bush is what that is.
So that's the height at its inception when it's planted, correct?
Yes. Yeah, they need to put in that or I think they'll do trees are just easier to do. I just wanted to give them the option because I'm a nice guy.
You are a nice guy.
So are we plus or minus on units going from the townhomes to the patio homes?
-3. So there was 14 townhomes planned. There's only 11 single family detached units.
And just, do you have any idea why the developer decided to amend or to ask for an amendment to the PCD?
Yeah, I kind of covered that in the PCD amendment process. Was they had those townhomes in the parade of homes last year, and all they got were negative comments about stairs, 2-story buildings in a development they thought was for 55 and older, because that's who they cater to. It's not by law, because you can't really do that anymore, but their home marketing is toward 55 and older. And so all the people that came to the townhome and saw it, all they got, I think they told me, was like 8 out of 10 were negative comments because nobody wants stairs, no 2 stories. So they said, and nobody's been buying them.
Well, and I appreciate that, Drew. I remember you explaining that, but I wanted that to be on the record because we have so many townhomes, and a lot of times the smaller single family residence makes sense. So I actually really like what they're doing here. And it's refreshing to know that they're responding to the market too, that these are also affordable units, but they're not shared wall units. They're single residences.
Great comments, Councilman. Yes.
Drew, on condition number 12, it talks about the possible erosion area on the east side.
Yes.
Is that going to be looked at by a geotech, or what are we looking at on that?
It's already been through. I think the design's all been taken care of. Again, these are the old, I usually will leave the old conditions on an amended because I don't want them to be forgotten. And so that's why they're on there, but that was addressed in their construction drawings. And in fact, if you drive out there, you can see they're actually on the other side of the townhomes themselves. That's the area we were talking about. And you can see work happening out there right now.
All right, any additional questions? Are you sure? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We approve the amended preliminary plat for the Brio Phase 3G located at approximately Brio Parkway and Main Street with the findings and conditions proposed by staff.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. We'll start with Councilman Staley.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
I
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. That's approved. Item 7, resolution. Consideration to approve a resolution authorizing individuals access and or translation with PTIF accounts held with the Utah State Treasurer's Office. City Treasurer.
Thank you. I'll be brief. With the resignation of our previous city manager, we had to remove his name as an administrator off the Washington City investment accounts that we have with the Public Treasurer's Investment Fund. That administrator has the authority to open accounts, to withdraw money, to close accounts, to add new users, and all types of authorities. So we removed Mr. Carter from having access to that. Traditionally, we have always had the city manager be one of those people on the PTIF account. So I am proposing that we add Jeremy Red, our new city manager, to be the other person as an administrator on those Washington City PTIF investment accounts. Questions?
And you have to have 2 people on there. Is that correct?
We have to have 2 people, a minimum of 2 people on
And
there.
I'm assuming you're the other one.
I am the other one, and I'm already on the account. We didn't remove me.
Are there any other than just 2? I mean, you can have more than
We only
2.
have 2 as administrators. We have others that are users on the account so that they can access those accounts. So they can go in and see balances, and they can use that for budgeting purposes and so on and so forth, but only 2 administrators.
Any questions?
There's no further discussion. I move that we approve the resolution authorizing individuals access and or translation with PTIF accounts held with State Treasurer's Office to add Mr. Jeremy Red.
Motion and a second.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Coates, aye.
IDI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kerry. Item B, consideration to approve a resolution reflecting a change to the master fee schedule for the Washington City Community Center and business licensing. Ben Ray. And probably Denise Bullock.
I was wondering about the business licensing portion of that. I don't know much about what we're doing there, but this is a follow-up to our approval of the lease for the old museum space and adjusting the fee schedule for rental of that space. You should have the information in your packet on our recommendations as well as the summary I submitted. So I will take any questions you may have.
So just a question. I know that some of the other entities that are currently in there, and you addressed that in your documents, that you're going to keep them in there and work with them. But I know that some of them kind of graciously allowed other entities. I know like sometimes the Girl Scouts did things in there underneath. So it was already being leased by the Historical Society, and then others had keys and they just kind of let them in for kind of, have you thought about any of those? Have you heard from any groups like that?
We have not in the last 6 weeks since we started working on this process. We have only dealt with
I know the
4
Scout Troop
entities
is
that
in
were
there
listed.
now. But,
The band.
so at this point, if we passed it the way it is, they would need to pay the $75 fee, $75 per day, and
$75 an hour for rental.
an hour, excuse me, and then the per day was
$500
$500,
per day. For,
so is there any provision for allowances for other nonprofit organizations, or would they have to come before the city council to get a fee waiver? What would they do if they?
We've usually handled requests if they so choose. We did not feel like we wanted to put that on the master fee schedule, but that is something that we have always taken into consideration with those groups.
Okay, thank you.
I understand these are both fee schedules, but I kind of would have liked to have had them brought separately so that one may not affect the other. But my comments are this: I suggested and kind of expected to see an option that we had discussed regarding the current situation with Lions Club and Washington City Band and the Legion, that is really a no fee circumstance for them. And it's been my feeling now and always will be that this space should never be cost prohibitive. We should welcome community use and require that users clean up and put it back the way that it was. And then if there's a problem that can be addressed, and I know that's a little bit ambiguous, but this has always been a very special place in our city for people to gather. And I would like to see an option and some guidelines set forth that people may come and use that, of course, with approved uses. But I pause to attach a fee that may prohibit some entities to use it. Now, I realize that there are some costs associated with this, and that's why I offered the thought that may have them clean up after themselves. But my main reason for saying that is very clearly that this is, like Burke Staley says, it's kind of hollowed ground, and that is part of it. And I would just, again, I don't want to be redundant, but I want to make the point that we don't want this to be, I do not want this to be cost prohibitive. I would like to see an option that would require an application, and there would be some oversight as to making sure that it was cleaned properly. But that's what I would like to see regarding just the gymnasium side of the discussion.
Do you have any direction on how
to go
we
forward?
would determine which groups would be eligible for such a situation?
I actually do, and the criteria has actually already been established by the Lions Club and American Legion. If they're an organization that benefits the city and that they have demonstrated that they are an entity going forward, let's say, for an example, let's say that the art club comes and they want space to do their artwork, then under this new guideline, they would be charged. But I think that defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do, and that is they would be able to be allowed to use it at a no charge because it fits the criteria that, first and foremost, they're not for profit. They're looking for recreational space to have an event that is something that would benefit the citizens and the city. And I understand, again, that that's a little bit ambiguous, but I would rather err on the side of being very open and allowing use rather than being restrictive. But I know that you could drill down on those and answer the questions. But as I said, there's a lot of people coming here, and that space is to me, it's different than the community center. It's long been paid for and long been loved and cherished by the citizens of Washington. And I just love to go by and see the lights on or music coming out, and knowing that our citizens have a very historical place to visit that wouldn't, and there would be nothing in their way of being able to do it, especially if they're a nonprofit.
I do think that we must be cautious when we throw nonprofit as a general blanket, because there may be quite a large number of things in there that it may be worth discussing that a little bit further.
Well, I think the discussion can be had, but that's really the criteria of the other groups, the Lions Club and American Legion and the band. That's a starting point. Is, of course, if they are for profit, then that changes the look immediately. But again, I think the criteria should be if they're looking for a place to meet and it benefits the citizens of our city and the city as a whole, then it should be used. And I just think that we have a tendency to throw amounts down on things and not really understand some of the repercussions that could be implied by an amount. Even $75 an hour, did you say? $75 an hour, I would dare say a lot of people would just look at that and say, well, we need to keep looking. We need to do something else.
I mean, consider the Lions Club, for example. That might, if they meet 2 times a month, as I'm just listening and thinking, that might be 150 a month times 12. You're looking at, over $1,500, $1,800, and that would be, they do so much good in terms of donating money. They do the scholarship, they do the eye exams, they do so many things. They sponsor the Troop 435. There's a number of things they do. It seems like there could be an application process for those that give back to the community that would be exempt from any charge. And I wouldn't want to see that be a difficult process for those that merit the use. I hadn't really considered it as much until Councilman Ward brought it up and then Councilman Ivy, but
So the Lions Club is on the list. I mean, there are these groups. This includes the Lions Club, the Scout Troop, and the Washington City Band, the American Legion. Correct? Those are the groups we have right now.
Those are the 4 groups that are currently utilizing the facility.
And previously, those groups during certain, I don't know how they worked out the hours, but they could maybe sponsor another group, like I mentioned, the Girl Scouts.
As far as I know, they weren't sponsoring other groups. I know.
I think they were. When I mean sponsoring, I mean letting them in, and they were going in and using it.
That may have the Historical Society was charging a rental rate for other groups that were choosing to use the space when they were overseeing it as well.
Do you know what those fees were?
I want to say,
and I only bring it up because I'm just trying to make a comparison of being what
I think it was $50 an hour. There was a limit on it. It was like $50 an hour for the first so many hours, and then $25 an hour for each additional hour beyond that.
And the Historical Society was charging like the Lions Club to use it? Is that what you're saying?
Those groups, other groups that
you're saying that these 4 groups would still be exempt from that fee? Is that what this summary says?
It says whatever agreement there was.
And I guess
that in and of itself will limit the use of the building.
The regulars.
Yeah, because they're pretty regular, and so that's going to.
I just think that's a little vague when you say, we have some entities that can use it for no charge, but yet if someone comes in after this date, then they would be charged. I see that as blatantly unfair. And I think that with the mayor's, the council's approval, I think we could sit down and kind of iron out some of those details. I think that we can arrive at a very equitable conclusion to all this, just with the idea that it's the citizens building and community building, and it's something that needs to be left so that it can be used. And if it's something that obviously, again, I'm repeating myself, but again, if somebody is a for-profit, or if they have a situation that they're there to sell or to make money, then of course that's a pay to use situation. But and I think the litmus test of this is this, and that is if it benefits the city as a group, or an individual has something that they want to bring there. Like I would say, like if there's a family reunion, for example, then I think that's probably something that probably needs to be pay to use. And because that's probably going to require a lot of cleaning and stuff afterwards. But if it's a group that comes in, again, I use the example, the art group, then they should be allowed to use it like these other groups that also benefit our community. That's just my thought, council.
How much maintenance are you projecting? Cleaning this weekly, daily?
Well, we'll have restroom cleaning that'll take place fairly often. The current groups in there do a very good job of cleaning up after themselves, so I think that may be minimal, but it will require staff on most rentals to at least go in and check and make sure that it's kept up, and even oversight.
So Ben, with the new bathrooms that are just outside the door, has it ever been considered that maybe those that are already on a regular cleaning maintenance schedule, that the participants in there could use those restrooms rather than the one that's in that little hallway going into the museum? Because that seems like that would cut down on some maintenance, some cleaning and things.
You mean lock the ones that are in the building and require them to use the exterior ones?
What about the museum now?
Well, I'm just saying, as far as just in the gymnasium itself, that they require them to use. I'm just trying to keep costs down.
Sure.
The museum, of course, that's their only restroom. That should be used by them. And that's covered in the lease agreement with the Historical Society. But this is the gymnasium trying to keep the fees down with the bathroom so close. It might be something to consider.
Maybe we could, this is going to be a long meeting, I think. Maybe we could hear from the other side of this portion here, and maybe we could just get a report from you in 3 or 4 months, just see how it's going. And then report back. I'm talking about passing it the way it is, and then have you just maybe check back with us in a little bit and give a report, see if there is some people who would like to be in there. Council could spend some time checking on that as well. Maybe that'd be a compromise to move this along.
I kind of look at it differently. As I look at it, as someone wants to use it, and can always, I mean, if it's something they want to use, like say it is the arts group that wants to come use it, they can say, hey, we want to use it and we don't want to pay the fees, and come to council and we can say yes or no. And we can address it
I
there.
think staff is saying that they have entertained questions like that in the past from different organizations. This is kind of a change. It's an old building, has a lot of historical and fond place in people's memory. But we are taking a burden off of the Historical Society. They don't want to manage this anymore. They don't want to take care of it. So we're putting that burden back on staff. I think maybe we just try it out for a little bit.
Well, and I agree. And
there are applications.
Besides that, I'm kind of like, well, if you used it before and you're kind of grandfathered in, just work with staff and figure it out.
Sure.
I mean,
that's kind of what I'm saying.
Sounds like everyone knows who those groups are. And if it's someone new, then they probably need to come to council and get approval for a reduced rate or no rate. But I agree. I look at the fees and I don't need to prolong it much more, but I mean, 500 seems like it's a little high, but it's not outrageous if you're going to take it for the whole day. If you had like a huge event,
it'd be kind of nice if it was like the pavilion outside. I mean, you can schedule it if you need it on the calendar, but if it's open, you can just use it. But I don't think we can do that with this facility. I do kind of want to just try it out the way that staff has put it together. It's kind of where I'm leaning.
I just think it, and again, I think that in the end, people will view that fee as prohibitive. But
Councilman, what if we thought about doing something like Councilman Coates is saying, where if there's a group that wants to use it, we do that, and maybe we say, let's cut that hourly and the full day rental in half. It does seem a little high to me. I mean, is that the going rate for it's not much of a facility. What did the Historical Society charge? Do you have any idea?
I'm going to butcher the numbers, but it was something around $50 an hour for the first, I want to say 3 hours, and then $25 an hour for every hour after that.
And how did you determine the fee schedule here?
We determined it based on other areas that we rent, other spaces, based on square footage, things that are in the room, as well as the room. You have 150 chairs and 23 tables that are available for groups to be able to use, plus the stage space. So a combination of what is available for use, as well as square footage based on other areas of use.
I'm just, I'd be in line with what Councilman Ward is thinking there, that let's do it and let's see what happens. And if there's a group that comes, let's talk about it, move it along. That's my thought. I mean, we don't know who that, we're just speculating there are going to be other groups. Councilman Ivey, aren't a couple of these groups that you actually mentioned that are the ones that are already have use of the facility?
Yeah,
like the Lions Club and the
Washington City Band,
and the American Legion. And so I'd say I'm along the line of what Councilman Ward is thinking there. So unless there's other discussion, I'll make a motion to that effect.
Oh,
Or are they going to be both together? Sorry.
Well, and I would just add then that if we do move forward and approve it, would you just report back to us? To me, it just seems just a little bit high. And so if you'll just kind of give us a report back and if we need to adjust that rate, and then also if you can let us know if there are other organizations, groups that benefit the community that ought to be considered for a no fee use, would you just bring that back to the council? Those would be the two things that I'd ask for in supporting this now.
You'd have that documented when you filled out a receipt for them, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But you wouldn't necessarily have it documented if somebody came in and asked about it and they went away because they didn't have $75. But maybe you could just kind of make a mental note.
Yeah, we can make note of that. We have every group that utilizes any of our space fill out different forms. So
it's kind of a cool space. I think the chairs were given by a local church to it, and it's kind of a fun city space. So.
And the Historical Society has been good to work with. They wanted those to remain with the building, so that's been good as well.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Before I start my part, I want to reserve it for the Princess Pageant.
There you go.
Last time we did it in the park, and COVID's still going.
Yeah.
We will again, but
How long does the Princess Pageant take? It's 75. It might be 75 an hour.
Yeah.
Unless you.
Okay. We are proposing a change in our business licensing. And in order to explain what we're doing, I need to give a little history. I'm not that tall. I thought I was tall in my shoes. Years ago, when I first took over as recorder in the business licensing, we were told that many of the cities in the state used an employee fee to help compensate for public safety, for your police or your fire to go to businesses and help pay for their reviews that they do or whatever it is that they do with each one. Over the years, as you know, the fire department now has their own inspection fee. We've gone to another system with our business licensing, and we do this all online now. There are several businesses that take us commercial and industrial mostly, and vacation rentals, where it takes us longer to process a business license than just your regular business licenses, like a home occupation or whatever. And so we went back, Tara and I went back, and we've looked at our business licenses several times. We looked at possibly doing an application fee. So the very first time you look at the application, you would charge a larger fee because it takes a long time to get them through. That has not, we never implemented it. We talked about it. When we look back, we've decided now that we have our new software program, it takes just as long to review it the first time as it does every single year. So instead of doing $100 initial fee, we're proposing to change our business licenses to $100 a year. Now, the employee fees is where it's going to make the biggest difference, because that in a commercial and industrial business is only 5 employees, 5 full-time employees. Where you have your Albertsons, Walmart, and all of those max out at $350, we're going to max them out at $100. We're not going to charge the employee fee anymore. That's what we're proposing. And we still have to get permission from like the health department, the St. George. Oh my goodness, my mind just went blank.
Wastewater.
Thank you. The wastewater, get approvals from them, from the fire, from community development, and the police department. So we're still doing all of the reviews that we would with every single one of them. We're just wanting to eliminate the employee fee, raise the fee to $100 for our regular businesses, which most all the businesses, that will be a reduction in their fees. It's actually going to go down. On this fee schedule, there was in our code, there's an allowance for a bar license. It's never been listed on our fee schedule, and so we've put that on there, and that's as what our code reads right now for $1,000. And then Tara's listed on here the general licenses, commercial and industrial, $100. Just your general business licenses. Contractor comes in, he's licensed, but he doesn't have a current city license. That's a $50 fee for us. And I think, the research, we raised the research up to exactly what we charge right now per hour to 35 instead of the $30. And those are the changes that we're proposing.
Do you have a
Is that
sense
as
on,
clear as mud?
Yes. Do you have a sense on how many businesses will actually go up?
I think you're probably going to see less, we take away the employee fee, you're going to see less than 50% of our commercial industrial licenses go up. Our home occupation fees are going to stay, they're actually going to be reduced, several of them, because home occupations are $50 with employee fees. They're going to remain $50 and do away with the employee fees. So the only thing that's actually being affected is the commercial and industrial. We will probably, on the long end, we're going to lose money on our business licenses in the initial collection. But to be fair, because we're now charging those fire inspection fees, we felt like this was the way we needed to go with that.
Yeah, most all of your commercial and industrial are going to go down because I'll bet you 85% of them have at least 5 employees, a minimum of 5 employees. So it would be no change.
Sounds good.
A question for you, Denise. You mentioned contractors. So if a contractor has, as I understand, if a contractor does business in multiple cities in Washington County, let's say, they only need to have a business license in one city. Is that right?
State law states that if they have a current business license in the city in which they are located, they are not to be charged another business license fee.
Right.
When a contractor comes into our city, we get a copy of their general contractor's license, making sure that they are current, and a copy of their city license. If they can provide us with both of those that are current, then there's no fee. We do the licensing, we just don't charge them. Now, if they come into the city and they have their contractor's license, but they don't have their business license in any city, that's when the $50 kicks in.
So on the other side, what businesses do you see this raising? You address
a business that would come in with now I'm talking commercial or industrial, and a commercial industrial type business. Ones that only have 2 employees, maybe 3, those would be the ones. But we're growing, and there's not very many.
And obviously you've thought this out and you've got great reasons for being here, but I pause to raise fees with the current situation where there's so many governmental restrictions on businesses and what they can do. And I don't know that this would be a make or break, but could you just help me to understand the significant need that we have for this right now?
For the change, we'd like to lower business licensing for people. It's actually bringing them down instead of raising them up.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yeah. The overall 90% of your businesses are going to go down. We wanted to make sure that we weren't somewhat double charging like fire, because now they have their fees, and that originally is why I was told that was put in place, was to help compensate for that. We don't want to double dip them.
I appreciate clarifying that, but I know some people would read this, some of our citizens would read this agenda and see if it's a master fee schedule, then it would be automatically assumed that they would be going to cost more. So I appreciate that clarification.
Any other questions?
I'll entertain a motion.
I think Mr. Bundy had his.
Come on. I got ahead of myself. So I motion that we pass a resolution. Well, let's see, excuse me, that we approve a resolution reflecting a change to the master fee schedule for the Washington City Community Center, as discussed earlier, and business licensing, as just discussed.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. We'll do a roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats eye.
It's still my feeling that the old gymnasium needs to have 0 fees administered by the community center. Ivy, nay.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
And it passes 4-1. Item 8, public hearing. Consideration to open and amend the Washington City 2021 fiscal year budget. Brian Brown.
Council and mayor and council. So back in when we presented the original budget, the 2021 budget, we removed the all new hires and the pay increases. So with this, and that was due to COVID, we wanted to see how the numbers came in to make sure everyone was concerned about sales tax at that time. So the numbers our sales tax remained strong throughout that time. And so we're proposing that we add the pay increases back in and the new hires. And then there's also a fund balance budget that we would put in to make a correction in that fund balance for the 2021 budget that we want to propose to you for your consideration.
Could you please clarify the fund balance adjustment?
So when I started looking at this, I went to our software Springbrook to the budget, and what happened, there was already a amendment set up, and what had happened is when we budgeted in the original budgeted, there's 2 different fund balance. There's one for increase in fund balance and one for use of fund balance. And so what happened is that 1.5 million was budgeted in the increase for fund balance, and all the other fund balances we've been posting it to the use of fund balance, just that one, so they were netted. And so when I started looking into it, all the increase in fund balance had been inactivated, and so we're just using that one account for all fund balance, so that way you don't have to go to both accounts to see it. And so that's the reason why we're making that adjustment, is we're just netting those 2, which that original one was an expense, so it's decreasing expenses, and we're just netting it. And I went back and I checked the original budget, and I pulled out the fund balance and just looked at the revenues and expenses, and it was that 480,000. So by doing that, we put the fund balance to where, and that is an estimate. So if that fund balance is only for these numbers, if they hold true. If our revenues or expenses come in different, then our actual fund balance will be a different amount than that. But that's what we're estimating fund balance at for this year.
Looking at the general ledger here, so we see the 2021 amended budget, 2021 adopted budget.
Mm-hmm.
So which number then is, if this passes, which budget number, which totals am I looking at? Are we looking at?
Are you looking at the 76 million to 75 million?
I'm looking at the.
Are you looking at each individual line item?
I'm looking at each individual line item.
So
it'd be the general ledger.
It'd be the amended amount.
The amended amount would be the new amount. That's what I thought. Okay,
and
which is different because it comes before the adopted. So.
And down on that line item, it would be the 480,000 in fund balance.
So where does that put us relative to the percentage that the state allows us to keep? How does that, if this is approved, how does that?
So with that fund balance, that was in capital projects, and that's not part of that calculation.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's only for general fund. So this has nothing.
Good. Okay, that makes sense.
And so.
Okay, now it might make sense to Councilman Staley, but I'm lost now. So explain that one more time.
Which part?
The part on the fund balance, because the fund balance, I'm just.
So we originally we had it we had 1.5 million budgeted in increase in fund balance, and we had 1 million budgeted in use of fund balance, but all and in that capital project account, but all other fund balances, we were only using the use of prior year fund balance to account for it. So when you net the 1.5 against the 1 million, it comes out to 480. So all we're doing is taking that.
You mean subtracting?
Yeah,
you mean
subtracting
netting.
it.
Yes.
So we're subtracting that original 1.5 million that was budgeted as an expense. We're removing that and putting it down with so we mirror all the other fund balances. So when you subtract that from what was budgeted in the use of prior year fund balance, we come up with a negative 480,000. Which basically what it comes down to is your revenue minus expenses is what you're budgeting in fund balance.
So do these changes, are they just for the full-time?
Yes, the new hires are full-time, and there were some that 2 of them are the ones that were on the graph were from July to June, and I just made everything effective January because by the time I hire, it'll really be close to January, so they'll be fine. So I just posted them all as half year.
Thank you, Brian. Any additional questions for Brian? This is a public hearing. Anybody in the audience or that is attending to have a question about our fiscal year budget? Denise, were there any public comments? Or Tara?
Mayor, there are no public comments on this item.
Okay, if there are none, I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion, do I have a second? Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Goats eye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, thank you. Item B, consideration to approve a resolution to open and amend the Washington City 2021 fiscal year budget. Again, Brian Brown.
So like I said, we're proposed a budget and for your consideration. And the only one thing that I want to bring up is that was mentioned is we did put in the new city manager, and I didn't with this. I put in an increase for him, so this doesn't include an increase.
So I actually reached out to you and to HR, and the clarification that came back was that while that shows this, that would be based on his review, his performance review. So while it would be budgeted for, it would not necessarily take place as we just set his new budget
So, but why?
or his new salary. But Ruth says that we should be included, that it's done right.
What, and that's fine. I'm just curious, as an accounting rule, why would that be an increase? Because we had a city manager and now we have a city manager. I'm not following why it's showing in the budget as an increase.
I just took, Ruth has a sheet and I just went straight down and put all those in. And so I included his.
Okay.
So
he's not technically an increase there. I mean, it seems like we're just carrying the funds over from one city manager to another city manager, right?
yeah, so if you want to leave that in there, then
She recommended leaving it there, and then any adjustment to his salary would be based on performance review, which it sounds reasonable to me.
so that's the only comment I got back about the budget. So it's up to how you want to handle that issue.
And that would take the adjustments would take place January 21.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the increases go into effect January 21, and then all the new hires are scheduled for January 21.
Okay.
You would potentially start the hiring process for some of those before that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. But with the holidays and Christmas, you're still looking close to right around January 21.
And I think we've already approved a staff position for our building department, not building department, but planning department. So that's not necessarily on this budget here. That's already approved. That just hasn't been hired, correct?
I believe so on that. On the one sheet I had put in your folder, I listed all the ones that were part of the sheet we discussed in the original budget. So the ones that were recommended, there were some recommended for July 1, 2020, and then January 2021. So those are the only ones I included from that original budget. But if that one was additional, then yeah, it has been approved.
Any additional questions for Brian? Thank you, Brian, for your preparation. Entertain a motion to approve. Or otherwise.
Motion that we approve a resolution to open and amend the Washington City 2020-2021 fiscal year budget as presented by Brian Brown.
Second.
Motion and a second. We'll start with Councilman Ward.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Thank you. Just want to shake it up a little bit. I think folks out there are going to sleep, so I just wanted to. Item C, public hearing for consideration to approve an amendment to zone change Z-19-07. Request to change design elevations and plan unit development. PUD located approximately 600 East Treasure Valley Road. Applicant Development Solutions.
Sorry, I was on mute. Can you gentlemen see those new elevations on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. The applicant, as stated, is requesting approval to change the building elevations of an approved PUD zoning development. The project is located, as the mayor said, at 600 East and Treasure Valley Road. The original approval was back on August 14th, 2019. The builder who is picking up the project is requesting a new look elevation change, which is the one you see in front of you right now, and I'll get into the old one here in a second. The following portion of this report is a copy of the approved zoning of the August 14, 2019 meeting. So I just brought that in for your reference. I also have, so I just want to go back to what the approval is, and we will bring those up here in a second. These are the current approved elevations on these townhomes. That's the front and the side view. And it's a mix of stucco, tile roof, and horizontal, probably hardy board in there. And the person who's picking this project up really doesn't like the look on these, and he wants to change them to that other look. I just threw this in here. This was a request by the Planning Commission to show what the backs looked like, because they wanted some pop outs. Councilman Coates will remember this. I think he might have been the one wanting to see this at the time. And so they provided this showing the block walls down the street view with the pop outs on the building. So that's what the approved elevations are currently for this. And so then here is again what the new developer who's actually going to be building the buildings wants to go to, this more modern look. And then I'll bring up these as a little more blown up on that front view. So the Planning Commission reviewed this and they unanimously recommended approval of the building modifications on the elevations for the Z-1907 approved PUDR development. And I'll be glad to answer any questions the council has on these elevation changes. This is what the one we talked about earlier, they'll need to do is come in and do something like this for you gentlemen to see. And so this kind of helps give you reference tonight.
So Drew, I'm okay with the elevations. I'm a little curious about the pink on the one building. But, whatever, each their own. Drew, would you give, is there any update on the right-of-way on Treasure Valley Road?
Which end are you talking about? Because we had issues.
I'm talking about the east end where it will tie into Washington Fields Road.
I think Mike is gonna, Mike, wake up. I need you to answer that. I think Mike has an update on that. Go ahead, Mike.
So the developer that's building Quality Development, as they come up the road and building their section, we're probably going to just pay them to put in our portion, which we were going to put in 30 feet of asphalt and stub utilities. Since that time, St. George City needed an easement through there, through the hoops. Their negotiated easement that they got is they would do the remaining asphalt on the road. And with that, the hoops have decided that they're going to go ahead and do the curb and gutter. So nicely, everybody working together will actually have a finished road coming out to the Fields Road. And timeline will be as the developer brings it up through.
So approximately, if things go as normal, would it be like a year, do you think?
I think he's actually working on that phase right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's getting close, but a year or less.
Thank you.
So Mike, on that same topic, we had a condition that it had to punch through or work it out before we move forward on these, didn't we? Maybe that's a question for Drew.
That's what I recall.
Is that
Well, I'm not sure what's your question. I think it's all going to come together at the same time is what I think Mike's saying. And
well, I understand. We're saying that it might, like it's working out. It seems to be working out. I'm just trying to recollect what we had originally in our approval of this was that the road had to come through before they could do the development, correct? Or is that, I'm not looking at that right.
Well, I think the way it was said was we wanted to have the dedications to the city of the property. And we have that, right, Mike? I think we have it on both the Gibby piece and the hoops piece. We have those given to us already, correct?
Correct.
That's good.
Because at one point, council, we were going to put in that 30 foot of asphalt if we had to, but we just wanted to get the Gibby piece and the hoops piece up here, the green and the white, to get that dedicated to the city was the requirement.
But I guess what you're saying, Mike, is that as they pave that road, they're going to pave all the way to 40 up to Washington Fields Road at the same time.
Correct.
So do we need to make that a condition?
Well, I think it's actually was a condition on
Couldn't find it.
original approval that they had to get it tied in. But
Well, I don't know, Councilman Ivy, you said you liked or you didn't mind the elevations. I personally don't think they fit the neighborhood, don't match the neighborhood. The other one matched the neighborhood.
I was more taken with the pink. I lost my,
I don't get too worked up in the colors because printers on paper can do funny things.
Yeah, it's only pink on this screen over here.
Yeah. But I'm more concerned if the look doesn't match the rest of the neighborhood that's right adjacent to it. But
And I was concerned about the look. It's a little bit modern until I looked at what was already approved, and then I liked it better.
oh, you like it better.
Well, I like it better than what's already approved.
I think it's probably I don't know if it's our right to be able to like or dislike if it fits the codes. I would prefer something more traditional as well, but if this is what the developer wants and it meets our standard, then I don't know that we have a right to hold it up for that reason.
Yeah, I agree with that. I just, and I don't even know if it's appropriate. I like where you're going with the concept of making sure we have that easement. But I don't know if we really have if it's appropriate to make that a condition here. I'm just hopeful that what they're working on will. Mike, do you have any concern with that easement, with that connection? I know that's been in the works for the last 10 or 11 months.
I don't. I mean, it's been trying at times getting everybody on the same page, but after everything's worked out in conversations with the hoops, I think it's going to work out very well. We'll have a completed road when we're done now.
So we've got a fourplex, a threeplex, and a duplex. None of those change on the lot. It's just the elevation that's changing. right?
Correct. Yeah, everything else up here, well, let me go back to that screen. The layout, this layout that you see here will remain. That's the approved. The only thing he's asking for is to change the elevations. But all the other approvals that you see here, part of all the landscaping, the roads, all that stuff stays the same.
And it looks like the pop outs on the back are basically similar. I mean, architecturally and color, they're different, but you still have about the same depth change and kind of a medium change on there, right?
Yeah, this is showing you like a white block wall, which I doubt they'll do, but this was a project that this person did in another community. Really liked how it turned out for him. He had an opportunity to pick these up and wanted to build this same look.
Well, I mean, it is reasonable to consider the look of it. I mean, we literally have a study going on in the fields to talk about some design standards, and I mean, the look of things does lend towards its longevity and its ability to stay desirable. I think that's my biggest hope is. I don't necessarily know that people need to conform to what I like, but I would hope that it would be something that is, buildings like this tend to turn over, owners a fair amount. You want to see it retain its desirability onto the second and third, fourth owner, and not be something that people want to avoid. What is the siding on that? Is the white, is that actually stucco?
Yes.
And it does seem like some of the white stucco in the area struggles with the red sand. Looking nice and clean. It's easy to make them look nice and clean on a printout, on an artistic rendering.
Sure is getting more popular, though. I'm surprised, but it is.
Where are we seeing it at?
Desert Flower.
Desert Flower, you're seeing it. I think those townhomes, the nicer new ones up in the Coral Canyon area, I think they have some white stucco on those.
It seemed like it got popular years ago, and then as people kind of watched it age a little bit, they kind of went away from it.
Yeah.
People are liking the white stucco and the black contrast. Black.
That's true. You see more of that. Yeah. And this kind of more blocky.
Isn't Freedom Village white?
I'm curious if the public has anything to say in this public hearing about the look.
Council, there are no public comments for this item.
So Drew, can I have a clarification on our condition number 6? It says block walls 6 feet in height, minimum max, will be required along the west boundary and the north boundary along Treasure Valley Road of the development. Shouldn't that say continuous block wall? Because the reason why that condition was added was so that we don't get parking along Treasure Valley Road, that people are more forced inside the development, so that we don't have a parking issue and they park where there's enough parking in the development.
Well, the requirement is just because we're on our PUD at the time. If it butted up against a different residential zone, it was a required block wall. And so that's why it's on this west boundary and the north boundary, because of the difference of the subdivisions that they're facing. I think you're talking about the wall along maybe 4200 South, right?
No, I'm talking Treasure Valley Road. I thought we had moved the parking stalls to the middle and everything and got the driveways off, but it looks like this is.
We did. Well, this isn't. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why I must have grabbed the wrong plan. I just want to give you, but yeah, it's more. You do have that looped road in here, and so there has to be a block wall. Did I not put along there?
No, we need to see that map.
Well, that's the north boundary. No, we don't need to. I said the west boundary and the north boundary need a block wall, and it's on condition 6.
Yeah, but the map doesn't show that this isn't the right layout. Then this is an older one because there was no driveways.
It is. like I say, I think, I hope, like I say, we're kind of looking at the elevations, but that wall does exist up there.
Do you not have a copy of that you can put up? And
Well, if you want to wait 5 or 10 minutes for me to search it, I'll be glad to do that for you if I can find it in the old meetings. I'll have to go back to that year if that's what you'd like.
We are in a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience that was here for this particular? And Denise, you did say there were no comments on this one?
Correct. There are no public comments for this item.
And do you, council, want to wait for that other drawing?
do we have the 2-week holdover on this one?
Yes.
Just have it on our packets before our meeting.
That sounds good.
Okay, if not, I will entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
I'll motion that we close the public hearing for item 8C, which is a zone change, request to change the design elevations on a planned unit development located at approximately 600 Easton Treasure Valley Road, with the idea that we'll look at the plat map between now and our next meeting after the holdover.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IBI.
Goats, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Making sure.
All right, item D. Public hearing for consideration to approve amending zone change request Z-20-17 request from planned unit development to planned community development located approximately 3000 East 1600 South, Long Valley Road, Brennan Family Holdings, LLC.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, the applicant's requested approval to change the zoning of approximately 605.61 acres. This is, as stated, located approximately at the Southern Parkway at the Long Valley Road exit, which is approximately 1600 South, 3000 East. The requested changes from the current PUD, Planned Unit Development zoning designation, to a proposed Planned Community Development, PCD, zoning designation. The general plan land use for this particular location is the low-density residential. The surrounding general plan land use designations are open space and low-density residential to the north, open space to the west, neighborhood commercial and open space to the east, and then open space to the south. The surrounding zoning designations are open space and PUD to the north, PUD to the west, and Washington County zoning to the east and south. The PCD project name being proposed is Long Valley Trails. The project is being proposed as a community that will consist of single-family residential homes consisting of large and medium lots, patio homes, townhomes, and condominiums. Also being proposed is an area set aside with overlay of vacation rental, utilizing medium home lots, patio home lots, townhome, and condos. There are several amenity locations scattered throughout the project and a park and open space area running through the middle of the development that you can see with the little blue ponds in them right through the middle there. Also noted above that the project will have several types of residential units. The single family home sites will be broken into 2 different types. One called out as large lots, which are 63 of them. Another as medium lots, which are 539 units. And lastly, the patio home lots, which are 277 units. And that's all the single family detached ones. Then townhomes will be located on a number of pods, 6 of them, and they have a total unit count of 891 scattered throughout the project. Lastly, the other type of dwellings are condominiums, which will be found on 2 different pods and have a total unit count of 254 total condos. Also, as stated above, an area is being asked to have an overlay of vacation rental over pods 15 through 19 that you see on your screen, and would consist of 439 units, ranging from medium lot homes through the condo type of units as well. With this PCD, Washington Dam Road will be improved and widened roughly from 1900 East all the way out to the Southern Parkway, which is State Highway number 7. Several acres within this proposed area will be left in a native state for open space amenities and trail systems. Staff has reviewed the requested zone change, finds it conforms to the general plan and the zoning ordinance and surrounding proposed development. This item was tabled at the October 7th Planning Commission meeting. The commissioners felt they needed more time and updated exhibits to make the fair recommendation on the proposed application for the PCD. The Planning Commission again reviewed it after the tabling at their October 21st meeting. After that meeting and their public hearing, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of Z-20-17 for the zone change request from Planned Unit Development, PUD, to the proposed Planned Community Development, PCD, for further review onto the City Council. So with that, I know a lot of you have had the download to be able to look through, and I hope you've read each page. And I'm being sarcastic for those listening because there's several hundred of them. But with that said, I'll be glad to answer any questions, major questions you might have, and then we'll hear what the public hearing has to say with it. So, Council, I'm ready for you.
So my question is this: since I have this binder and this map, that means I didn't get the download. Is that right?
Did you not have a thing to? Everybody was sent a link.
Oh, I may have missed it.
Okay.
But I actually like this map and the binder on something.
Oh, did you guys all get binders?
Yeah. Yep.
Well, you're blessed.
Sorry, that was an attempt to break up a long night. Probably.
I like it.
But I can see this map at least.
Yeah, I just brought this up of one of several hundred pages in this, because this is kind of the main site plan that they'll have to follow as they develop out the project. Now, while you're thinking, Council, I just will also throw in there, in your book, there's a section for the development agreement. That we're going to hold on a separate item at your next meeting. Again, this is the public hearing night, and then you'll have your holdover, which fortunately for yourselves is 4 weeks, but unfortunately for the developers is 4 weeks instead of 2. But during that time, we're just finishing everything up on the review of it. We have our council, a third-party council, and staff reviewing that development agreement, which is a major part of any PCD. And so that'll be on a separate agenda item on your December 9th meeting as well.
So I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I mean, this is a pretty big project. It's a lot of units going forward. I would have liked to see this on a workshop before we got it to this point. And that's something I am proposing we do next week, is to have a workshop and go over this in depth for the whole night. I mean, it's almost 9 o'clock and we have to dive into this thing is just a lot to take on in this night. And I just kind of feel like that's what we should do moving forward, and listen to the public hearing tonight and continue the public hearing, but put it on the next, put it on a workshop. I'm saying next Thursday, if that works with the council. That's my suggestion.
Well, if you want to do Wednesday, I do not have a planning commission meeting. Nobody had any agenda items, so that's an open night.
That works too then for me.
I guess just to go along with Councilman Coates, this is a lot to digest for anyone. And I know there's been a lot of time spent to this point by staff and the Planning Commission looking at it, but it does need to come to the council for approval. And I think there are a lot of questions that could be addressed, and, for the benefit of us making a big decision on what I'm looking at is probably a quarter of the size of our existing community to add. It's kind of a community in and of itself out there. You know, we're going to have the responsibility for provide services and so on and so forth. And again, just a lot to consider with this development. So I'm kind of in the camp with Councilman Coates, maybe go along with any public hearing comments and then get a workshop together to discuss further. We get a little more input.
We do have the applicant here. We'd like to hear from the applicant, and then it is a public hearing. We will. You okay with that, Council?
I think that sounds great. I'm just thinking, do we want public comment first, and then if anything comes up, the applicant can address, or if the address you want to address?
Let's do that. Okay.
He told me he was going to be here all night.
He has been. I saw him come in at 5. I've seen you do that before.
All right, this is a public hearing. Is there any in the audience that has something to say on this project? And then Denise, after we have a gentleman here that would like to speak, Mr. Iverson.
He'll state his name and all that.
Thank you. It's good to be with you guys. I received notice of this public hearing. It said public hearing will be at 6 o'clock or shortly thereafter. I feel like maybe I need to talk to my legislators and have them adjust the state statute that it will reflect that if a city's going to announce a public hearing, they ought to convene within 15 minutes from the time it's been scheduled for. I missed the football game being here, but it's been enjoyable being here with you guys. Just a few things I'd like to point out in connection with this, which you may not be aware of. When they constructed the southern corridor up on the north end, our canal company had a bunch of flood control basins in there that stopped stormwater that came down out of this valley. And when they did the northern corridor, well, some of those they actually put the corridor right over the top of, but they did nothing to take care of stormwater. All they did is put culverts through that roadway. And so any stormwater just comes right on through, any stormwater in that valley right now. So you're going to have quite a stormwater problem that needs to be dealt with as they do this development. Are you anticipating that there's going to be sewer here? That's the anticipation. Well, that's okay. That solves one of my problems. And I'm sure you're aware of that just over the ridge to the east, there's a proposed 40,000 acre feet reservoir proposed. And as you know, we built a couple of those reservoirs in the county, and you know what's happened around those reservoirs after they were built. The water just saturated the ground around. I don't know if this will be a problem with this development or not, but I thought it was something that I'd like to mention to you so you could give some consideration for that at least. I kind of like the project. It's interesting. They're going to build a whole new town right there, it looks like. It'll be kind of fun. So thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
In the future, if you want to not wait, you're welcome to just ask your neighbor to text you when it's 2 items away.
I didn't quite understand you, Doug.
I say in the future, if you want to not have to wait, you're welcome to ask your neighbor to text you when you're 2 items away. But it's been a while since you've had to sit through a council meeting. You probably enjoyed it.
Okay, I'll remember that.
Thanks, Dennis. Denise, were there any comments?
There are no comments on this item.
Okay. Jim?
I like Dennis's idea, but just I'll support his 15-minute window.
Right.
Let me address a couple of things on Dennis's comments, and then I'll get into the overall project. He's absolutely right. There's a major storm drain issue out there, and UDOT did nothing to help it, only exacerbate it.
all of Long Valley naturally flowed down Drew and out to the river eons ago. A number of years ago, where Drew's drawn a circle there, an old irrigation pond and dike was built, which cut off that drainage. And then the ditch that used to go to the river was eliminated. So there is no outlet for Long Valley's drainage at all. And even though we would have the right to pass our historic flows within historically passed, we've understood and worked with Public Works and others that this is a problem that has to be solved. So there's two, I think, 8-foot diameter culverts that go under that road. Instead of us passing our historic flows and just detaining and controlling our post-development flows, we're going to control 90% of our historic flows and 100% of our post-development flows. And we will build a pipe that picks the water up after it comes under the Southern Parkway. And we work with the two property owners there for an easement and pipe that water. It's about a 30 or 36-inch pipe. I think it's a 30 down to and discharge that water to the river. So we will solve that drainage problem. And we'll restore that lower property down there so they can, it doesn't go there, Drew. It goes actually down down Washington Parkway to where Washington Parkway approaches the river, because Washington Parkway needs a storm drain also.
This way?
It goes back towards the city.
Oh, okay.
The storm drain's actually in the road. So that addresses that. Sewer, yeah, there's 100% of this projects can be sewered and actually lifted and pumped back to 3650 to a main regional line. A lot of work was done on bringing a sewer line up Washington Dam Road, but there's some real limiting capacities down in the fields miles away from us that didn't work. And so we're going to day one build a lift station and lift it up to the 3650 outfall line, which has the capacity to handle the whole project. So, and we will build, we have agreed with Public Works in an agreement to do 100% of the improvements on Washington Dam Road from where the curb and gutter ends now all the way to the project. So we'll have that full 5-lane cross section built, and we're paying for that. So just a quick overview on what we're doing. I think the workshop is welcome that. Don't have any problem with that. If we can do that next week, that'd be great. And I think we could. It is a lot, 789 pages in that book. So
it's fun. I've enjoyed it. But
yeah, only this side of the counter probably enjoyed that book. The non-technical guys probably thought, "What is
Give me
this?"
the financial statements.
Yeah. But just a quick overview on it so we can get it on the record, and then I won't take a lot of your time tonight since we're going to hammer out the details. But you're right. This isn't a subdivision. This is a community. It's designed, it's planned as a community. And we're very proud to introduce D.R. Horton. D.R. Horton is the largest home builder in the United States. They're not here. They are in Las Vegas. They're in Salt Lake. They're second largest builder in the state of Utah. So they are, the entire Utah division is made up of Utah born and bred people. Know Utah, know our markets. So we have kind of a double blessing here. We have the financial resources, the largest home builder in the nation, but we also have a group that is local and knows the local markets and knows the local customs. And quite frankly, when we contacted D.R. Horton, we looked at their Vegas product, and probably shouldn't say that, he's going to kick me, and their Salt Lake product. And the product built out of their Salt Lake division is far superior to the product built out of their Las Vegas division. It's indistinguishable between any other builder in Utah. It's a very high quality project. One of the things we look to do is affordability is a catchphrase that everybody uses and everybody talks about, but nobody seems to really have a solution for. I mean, there's legislative ways to try to do it, but in reality, if we're going to have affordable housing, we're going to have a market-driven affordability. And the way we do that, we acquired this land on a BLM land exchange. We owned the largest private parcel in the Red Cliffs Desert Reserve. And in the process of trading and selling about half of it and donating over half of it, which is approaching over $20 million worth of donation. We've got another parcel for you coming your way. We have resolved that, which is one of the main conditions on renewing our take permit, because the permit was a 20-year permit and it expired about 3 years ago. And it's been in the state of limbo to resolve 3 main items. And one item was to resolve the largest private landowner in reserve, and that's us. And with these donations, which we'll be doing in the next few days, we will be 100% resolved. That land will be all in various parties' hands. You'll have some, Hurricane has, Washington County, and then the federal government has a bunch. So we'll have that resolved. But we acquired this land in a way that we could sell it to a builder at a price that is very, 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 very competitive. And so they're coming into this with a land cost that's probably unparalleled. 2, they also are a true production builder. And as a true production builder, being the largest builder in the nation, they get, economy of scale discounts on materials and other things. And by building in production, they don't come in here and build 1 home at a time. They'll come in here and build 100 homes at a time. And they'll build inventory, which we haven't seen in our market, where you can go out to a project and you have a choice of homes you can buy that are built and ready to go, rather than here's a model. If you like that model, we'll build it for you. And that production builder factor will lend itself to a more affordable end product. So when we say affordability, we mean it. We're doing it market-driven affordability, free market, keep prices down. But it's also part of the design. And there's a correction on the nightly rentals. Only Pod 22 is being proposed as nightly rentals, and it's townhomes only. None of the other pods. Originally, we had a version that had more on that, but we changed that in all these reviews. And so the version that the Planning Commission saw and approved is this one. So, and the reason we have a small section of nightly rentals is because we really feel like we need a place. These are all smaller lots and a lot of townhomes, as you see. And people who live here may have family come, that maybe the house isn't large enough that they'll want a place to rent in it. Also, it's a community. We're building a lifestyle out here. There's close to 9 miles of trails in this, along with a major clubhouse. And Don Bean with D.R. Horton's here. Wait, Don. He informed me today that their commitment on their clubhouse will be their biggest, nicest clubhouse they've ever built in Utah. And it's being built day one. Not 30%, it's building day one. It's right up front in Pod 10. So the nightly rentals is people come and want to enjoy the lifestyle that this community offers. They can come and try it out and then buy. So that's why we thought having a small pocket of nightly rentals services the community. Not that we want to be a nightly rental community at all, or be a typical nightly rental product. No institutional buyers, nothing like that. They'll all be individually owned units. But it's a little bit different than what you've seen. And I think you're right to look at it hard, because it is 20% of your community addition. But it's not all coming today. I think some of the initial reviews with the staff, they were a little bit, lost their breath, overwhelmed because of the thing. But we build 2,600 homes a year in Washington County. After D.R. Horton comes to town, we'll build 2,600 homes a year. They're not going to bring 1,000 buyers with them. Hopefully they'll bring some, they're hoping, but they'll be part of that market. What we are hoping to do is to fit a segment of our market that's being priced out of the market. There's a large pent-up demand for a product that people can afford that isn't $700,000, and to have a quality home. And so somebody may come in and buy a townhome, have a change in circumstances, have a little more money to spend, be able to move into a single family lot, but stay in their community, stay in what they like, stay in where they live. And then when they get older like me, they may want to retire and have something different again, but I could still stay in my community. So we're trying to build a community. lots of trails, lots of amenities, lots of open space. We've looked at a lot of things, traffic studies, drainage studies. Like I said, we're solving a major drainage problem out there. We spend a lot of time with Public Works going through the new lid requirements. We first of all, lid, and you guys got presentations, so I won't go into that, but it's not realistic to meet the BMPs in lid anywhere in Washington County. And you don't. So we're taking the 80% calculation. In a long and short story, you guys understand this. It amounts to 4 inches of depth in our retention basins. That's all it matters to meet the 80% requirement. So we can meet lids requirements quite easily here. So yeah, we've done a lot. Welcome an opportunity to sit down in a workshop session and dig into our 789 pages and nail it down. This will be an asset to the community. That's what we really want it to be. D.R. Horton, they're great builders. We sought D.R. Horton out. Okay, they didn't seek us out. We did our homework. We decided who was the best type of builder, and we wanted one builder here. We went down the road, actually submitted this with 3 builders in here, but we just saw some problems of trying to integrate 3. You get different builders, you get different ideas. You get different architectural styles, you get different motivations. By having one builder in a community is kind of unprecedented in our area. And we think that will, all the concerns about architectural styles and this and that and the other, a lot of that goes away when you have one builder. He's not going to build something that's going to shoot himself in the foot down the road. This is a 10 or 15 year project too. It's going to take a while. And so we're excited to bring it to you. We think it'll be a tremendous asset to you. I compliment your staff. We've spent a lot of time on this, a lot of time. Mike Shaw, give a big kudos to him. Him and his staff have gone through this. Drew have all gone through this in great detail. And so confident to sit down with you and show you that there's unique things in it, like the depths of our lots. They're deeper than your typical quarter-acre lot that you're used to seeing. And that's because these homes have a component in the back of them that has outdoor living. It's not just a concrete patio, it's an extension of the house. And that additional 10 foot in the back of those lots, even though they're narrower lots, really lends itself to outdoor living. And we're trying to build a lifestyle here. And so we can go through those kind of details with you. I mean, we could spend all night going over those kind of things, but welcome to opportunity. Any questions you have tonight or anything you maybe want to get in the record. I don't know if we need to extend the public hearing or close it and then have a workshop. I'll leave that up to you. But it doesn't seem like we're getting a lot of public input. I'm a little aghast that we have a 2,600 lot project. We had 1 comment at Planning Commission and 2 here. So, but welcome to COVID, I guess.
I got an email. The rest of you did too.
But yeah, we're welcome to address anything you have. We think we've got a very solid, good project. And I think when you see the thought processes, our planning process, and what D.R. Horton brings to the table, you'll be excited too. But I appreciate it's a lot to digest.
Thanks, Jim.
But we do, because of the recent presidential election and the impact on taxes and other things, it's very important us to try, if we're going to get it approved, I know with presumptions, you may not approve it, but if you're going to approve it, if we could get it approved in this year, calendar year, would be very advantageous to our side of things. So we appreciate you working with us on that.
So
long-term capital gains go
You're
up.
thinking next Wednesday, council?
That's what I'm thinking.
Are you okay next Wednesday?
Come up, Don. I want D.R. Horton part of that, so I want to make sure there's teams available. Would that work for you,
Yeah,
Don?
next Wednesday would be fine. And I just want to say too, thank you for your service here. Thank you for coming. We are, as a company, our division president wanted me to express his excitement about coming down to this area. We're very excited about this project. This will be our biggest project in Utah, and we've been wanting to come down into southern Utah, and this was so attractive and something that seemed to fit right into what we'd like to do. So we'd like to say we can bring resources, but we're actually Utah people, and we understand communities, and we understand how to work with people sometimes better than people from other places. And so we're we also are going to be here for a long time, not just this in the area, and we want this to be our flagship.
Thanks, Don.
Again, as Jim said, we'd like to do this as quick as possible, and we think this is a great, and we don't think we're going to get a lot of resistance, but we would like to get on this.
And I think you all realize I don't like PCDs when they change, because you make a promise to that first guy that buys, and he buys into that promise, and then you change the PCD 100 times and you haven't fulfilled your promise to that initial. But with that said, a 10-year project will have some changes. When we get into architectural styles, you know, I did Upper Green Springs, I've done Sandy Hills, I've done 1,200 lots in Washington City over the last 4.5 years. And I personally wrote all the CC&Rs for those projects. Well, the HOA, after I turned it over, because we're done with most of them, they went in and amended every one of those CC&Rs, because I didn't allow white, I didn't allow hardy board. They were all based on 4 or 5 years ago what the styles were. That's all changed, and so now they've gone. I go through and we didn't allow that, and then I see they changed it. So it's important to understand that legislating taste is tough. We got one builder that knows this stuff, is going to build a high quality, very attractive project. And hopefully we can build a trust with you to know that will happen. But knowing certain things like taste will change over time. You know, when I came to town, you built white stucco and red tile roofs. I won't tell you how long it was. Roger knows how long ago that was. But that's all we were building here, right? You know, that was the only thing you get approved. And then that was become the absolutely wrong thing to build. Now we're back to white stucco. So, I don't know how that taste thing goes, but those kind of things will change. And we want the flexibility in the PCD, that we don't promise that it's all going to be this way. We tell them it's going to be this style, this type, but it's going to move with trends and taste of what people want. We want to build what people want. And we have one builder to control that, so we won't have these competing battles.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Nice to see you again, Don.
So that'll be next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday, 6 o'clock.
6.
Yeah.
All right, I entertain a motion. Do we close this or do we continue the public hearing?
Well, with the light of the information, I'd almost say we just close it. But
Okay. Yeah.
Well, there's been absolutely no, well, other than Dennis Iverson, thank you. There's been one public comment. That's
All right, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Move on to item E, public hearing for consideration to approve amending zone change request Z-20-18. Request to consider approval of the design and use for an approved plan unit development located at approximately 1320 East, 3650 South. Applicant Doug Dennett.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just having one time, I know I found these in here, now I'm not sure where those exhibits ran off to, because they used to be right on here. So anyway, we will still jump in here. And I can go back to my planning commission meeting. At the applicant's request and approval of the design of the current PUDC zone, which is approximately 3.4 acres in size. The property is located approximately at 320 East, 3650 South. And the property earlier this year was granted a PUD commercial zoning designation, but the design was denied at the time. The applicant is returning with this proposal. PUD requires an approved site plan before property can be used as a commercial use. Previously denied proposal site plan and uses was declined by the city council, asking the applicant to, sorry, that's not want, but to wait and see what the new fields design guidelines would produce. Those design guidelines at that time were just getting started in the information gathering stage. Unfortunately, thanks to COVID-19, has taken its toll on this development process. Due to the lack of opportunity to hold public meetings, open houses, and gathering information and data, consultants have also been delayed in their employee availability on the project as well. The applicant feels that he should not be delayed due to these out of his control circumstances. Thus, the applicant has resubmitted this request. The surrounding zoning of this parcel is open space to the east, south, and west, and R112 to the north. The project design is in compliance with the plan unit development commercial standards as outlined in the zoning ordinance. Staff recommended, the Planning Commission recommend approval of Z-20-18 for the zone change. Sorry, I'm not sure where things went, but the Planning Commission held a public hearing October 21st, and they unanimously recommended approval of the change with the site designs that you see. Now, again, I apologize, not sure where those went, but I'm going to find them for you real fast.
They weren't in the packet at all. That was
That's
my
funny
one
because when
question.
I first looked at it, they were on there, but it won't take me that long. I'm surprised because I thought I saw them in there. We will go back and I'm going to pull up the site plan here. And again, I think most of you remember this project. It really hasn't changed. They did enhance the landscaping on it from the first time you saw it. So again, 3650 is a street out here. This is kind of the black and white version of the landscaping, the layout of all the storage units that you can see in these rectangular boxes all around the perimeter. The entrance will come in off of this road that will be actually going down to some new future park areas, and the entrance will come in through the office area and into the project here. Then here's the updated versions of the plans from the previous. So they've actually enhanced them a bit to give you a better view and feel for what this will look like. Of course, they brought in the trees. I don't think they'll be that big in the beginning, just to make note, but this is still the landscape and the hope of the plan on there. This is from directly 3650 looking southward. And this is the view from the west looking east. And this is the view from the end of the project from the south looking north. And this is from the east looking west. So here's kind of computer generated kind of site look at this and proposal of kind of what the landscaping would present, the walls, the texture of those block walls that are going to act as the storage units themselves. This is kind of looking from the northeast down the street back toward the southwest. And internally, what it will look like. And again, internal views. And that's your photos on that. And I do apologize. I thought that was in those packets. And but these are the views that the Planning Commission had. But they're pretty much what the council saw several months back. They've just kind of enhanced upon those, made them a little more rich. So with that, I'll answer any questions the council might have.
No questions from council?
Just one general question. So, Drew, the Planning Commission had these additional couple of conditions. The developer is aware of that and amenable to that? to those
Yes.
additional?
Yes.
Any additional questions for Drew? Or for the applicant, for that matter? If not, it is a public hearing. I'll entertain comments from our public. Any in the audience? Okay, Denise?
We have one public comment from Dan Staley. He states, I would like to make a public comment regarding this project. I think it would be more than wonderful to have an additional storage available to the people in this community. That is one of the biggest hurdles most of us face. I have seen the plans for this. It will be beautiful facility with wonderful landscaping, and I hope the city council makes the right choice and gets this pushed through. That's the only comment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there are no additional comments, I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, aye.
Votes aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Thank you. That is approved. Councilman Staley abstain. Okay, move on to item 9, ordinance. Consideration to approve ordinance.
Mayor?
Yes, Denise.
That was to close the public hearing, correct?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Item 9, ordinance. Consideration to approve ordinance 2020-26, vacating a public easement located between Farmland Estates Lot 6 and Bridger Lane Subdivision Lot 11, or at approximately 2114 South Log Lane. City Recorder.
Good evening again, council. This is basically just bookkeeping is all that this is. When I contacted the county recorder's office to make sure that the easement that you guys had approved for abandonment at our last meeting, what kind of paperwork it was that they needed so that the title would be cleared. This is how the recorder's office expressed that I take care of this. And so this is just an ordinance removing the abandonment that you guys approved at our last meeting.
So just a question, Denise. So last time we passed a resolution, so now it's an ordinance.
No.
Correct?
When was that? At our last meeting?
Our last meeting, yes.
No, the last meeting, all it was is just approval of the vacation.
Okay.
We didn't have a document. And when I contacted the county, they felt the resolution wouldn't be strong enough on the title. This is to clear the
ordinance is
title work up. Right.
All right. So that's what we would do in the future.
Yes, from now on, we'll do this.
All right.
So Mayor, if there's no other discussion, this seems fairly boilerplate stuff. I'd make a motion to approve ordinance 2020-26, vacating a public easement located between Farmland Estate Lot 6 and Bridger Lane Subdivision Lot 11, or at approximately 2114 South Log Lane.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Staley, aye. Ward, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Thank you. Item 10, additional height waiver. Public hearing for consideration to grant an additional height waiver. Request HW 20-03. Allow up to 5 additional feet of height for a new primary residence located at 1522 North Harvard Avenue, Lot 243, North Bridge Estates. Applicant Larry and Karen Westover.
Larry Westover, it's my wife Karen, and we have Brett Hardcastle, who's our builder, and
You're a little nervous.
Trevor Archibald is our architect. He's watching. So, you know, I could bring him here.
Trevor's watching?
Yes, he's
Hello,
watching.
Trevor.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Go ahead, Larry. Thank you.
Do you have questions about this application?
I don't. I went and looked at the property personally. I looked at both houses on both sides, and it makes perfect sense to grant this 5 feet additional height with what's out there.
So is this something you had to get approved through the HOA or?
No, it's not a problem with the HOA.
Okay.
Essentially, we're asking to build a house that is shorter than the 2 on either side.
That's what I've kind of understood. So I guess the only question I have, and it's not really related to what you're trying to do here. I mean, I'm along with Councilman Coates, but I've talked with Drew Ellerman about this, but Drew, I don't recall if you told me this was a matter of past council preference, that this kind of an adjustment comes to the council, or if it was an ordinance, as opposed to going to the Board of Adjustments.
Yeah, since you've been on the council, Councilman, that actually used to go as a conditional use permit. People had the opportunity to ask for additional height through a CUP in a public hearing. Well, we passed a few of those in the previous council before this group. A couple of them went through, and I guess they weren't too happy with some of the approvals. So that council asked that the ordinance be changed, that they are the body that hears, and it's through a height waiver process. And that's what you're doing here tonight, is giving a waiver of the standards for the maximum height of a home, which is 35 feet. And so I hope that answers your question. It's just how the change has been had since you were on the council before to now. This is the process of going through a public hearing and the folks asking for a waiver beyond the 35 foot.
So if the previous council wanted to have this, so are you saying this is not something that would go to Board of Adjustments?
Correct.
I thought that's what they did, was to consider a change of.
Well, the difference.
So the Board of Adjustments is never.
There was an issue with, it's either a conditional use permit, and if they have it, and again, we've kind of talked about the conditional use. The problem with the conditional use is if they mitigated it all, you basically have to give it to them. And so there was a number of issues that came before the city council. They weren't homes like this, that were shorter than the ones next to them. They were very large projects that were very new designs and were very big and were very controversial. And so because there's just so little teeth in the CUP, the previous council had decided that, look, let's shoulder some more of this back onto the council, where people are actually voting for the representation that's actually going to pass, that's going to allow these to permit, rather than another body that's hands are really almost tied by the conditional use permit. So. And then the thinking was that, look, if this becomes a trend, because it came on to us pretty fast, and there were just a bunch of them that all came out. If this becomes a trend, then maybe the city council can write some legislation that kind of better fit it. We've kind of gone back and forth on that and haven't really resolved that. But it's really, it comes back to those issues.
And Councilman Bundy, if I could just go on and add to your comment, it never did go to the Board of Adjustments, and it was always through the Planning Commission prior to, even at your time as a councilman and a planning commissioner.
The CUP, your CUP.
Correct. It was always done at the Planning Commission through a conditional use permit.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that.
Are you guys finding this discussion just fascinating?
Yeah, I apologize. That was administrative, my question.
So I went and looked at it also, and it doesn't obstruct other people's view. I think the house style and design supports the roof height very well. And I don't have a problem with this.
And one of the reasons we passed this was to force good people to come and sit through long meetings, get exposed to their local government. Yes.
So,
thank you. Any other additional comments? We'll move on. This is a public hearing. Denise, was there any comment?
There are no public comments on this.
Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion to close this public hearing.
So moved.
I second.
Motion and a second.
Votes aye.
Bundy, aye.
Ivy, aye.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you. Move on to item B, consideration to approve.
Thanks, folks.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
To approve the height waiver request, HW 20-3, 1522 North Harvard Avenue, Lot 243.
Mayor, I'll make
The
the,
state's applicant Larry and Karen Westover.
sorry, Mayor, I'll make the motion if there's no discussion on this item to approve the height waiver request HW 20-03 at 1522 North Harvard Avenue, Lot 243, Northbridge Estate.
I second the motion.
Motion and a second.
Staley, aye.
Ward, aye.
IVI.
Coates, aye.
Bundy, aye.
Mayor,
Folks, yes.
Mayor, can you give folks, I'm just asking that you give a limit on the number
Number
that
presented
you're
in
passing tonight?
the packet.
Unlimited.
Packet number.
That's my fear, Councilman.
It said up to 5, but I recall it was 2.5.
Didn't it show 2? Yeah.
2 or 2.5, if I
I'm
remember.
saying up to 40 feet because that's what it said in our packet.
Yeah.
Up to
Was
40.
I just looking at the
I just want a number on it. It helps my building department.
Yeah.
40 feet.
Who made the motion there?
I made the motion, Councilman Coates.
We want to amend that motion to to make it 40 feet.
That's not going to change my vote.
7/8.
Mine either.
You sure?
Not my second.
Oh, 39. Yes, because they said the target is 39 feet.
Problem is the plan- I can't read the plan.
Inches.
Let's go 3910 just to be sure.
I'm going to hold the 40 feet.
Are we clear? Drew, are you clear?
Yeah, I just wanted a number. I appreciate that. Yes, I just needed one.
Thank you, Larry.
You folks are welcome to stay and see how it ends.
See how it.
Okay.
Mayor, I know it's late. Can we take like 5 minutes real quick? Or do
Hurt
you
my
want to just
feelings.
keep going and I'll just step out for a sec?
Why don't you step out? We have two folks here that have just patiently waited. Item 11, donations, public hearing for consideration to approve a donation to the Washington Regional Chamber of Commerce, amount of $30,000 for operational costs. President Ed Tracy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Who's tired? As you know, we were here a few weeks ago asking and kind of pitching this to council. And in the few weeks that we've been out there talking to businesses, we have probably close to 100 businesses now that have expressed support or have joined with us, many of whom are here in the community: Suba, AGC, Root for Kids, Dixie State, Terry Draper from the hospital, a lot of big businesses and small business, Stuckey Family Pharmacy, Allstate, even the high school is Rusty Taylor. The high school has expressed interest in coordinating some efforts and working together. So it's been very successful. We've had a good response from a lot of people, and we're happy with it. So we're asking for a little, I guess, skin in the game, as it were.
Any questions for Ed?
Yeah, if I
think
could,
we've got
first question.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, you indicated there's about 100 that expressed support for this. What is that? Where does that put them? Have they
So
signed up?
many of them have signed applications from them. We were going to have a kickoff mixer on the 18th, which we've now postponed till December 1st. And we had about 250 people that have RSVP'd for that. There'll be a few looky-loos, as you might imagine, want to know, what we're doing and why we're doing it again. And, but there are a lot of folks that said, we're excited. We want an application. We want information. And I am literally visiting 10 to 15 businesses a day personally, going out there and talking to them about what we're excited about.
How many have joined to date specifically?
We have about 60.
And what do they pay to join?
It's based on membership dues. So most of them, as you might imagine, are what we call the mom and pops under 10 employees. It's about $325.
So the money that you're asking for here is $30,000 for operating costs, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that would, you're expecting that to be a one-time thing?
One time. Unless you want to do it more than once. One time.
Go ahead. Question.
Yes, sir.
Where are you planning on meeting? Until you
Well,
get your facility?
currently we are using temporary offices in the Basic Invite building, which is in Cottontown. That's where I work out of, and we use conference room there for board meetings and whatnot. The kickoff mixer is scheduled to be at the Holiday Inn Express and Suites, which is right next to Zion Harley Davidson. And then in December, as long as we don't have any more major COVID issues, we plan on having a breakfast mixer, which currently is planned for the Holiday Inn Express, and then a luncheon and an after hours mixer, which we're working on locations right now. So, and we'll do that monthly.
Mixer.
So it's just a networking group. All the businesses get together, they schmooze, they pass out cards, they have raffles, they get an opportunity to meet other businesses, and a lot of opportunity to meet the other businesses that are involved and see how they can help each other. Schmoozing, is that the word?
When you came last time to the work session,
yes, sir,
I recall a budget.
Yes.
Do you have that still? I'm just trying to remember. Kind of.
I do.
While he's looking at that, Mr. Tracy, from my past knowledge about the Chamber of Commerce, it's kind of come and gone.
A few times.
Yeah, and I guess I just struggle a little bit with an expenditure of $30,000 when we don't really have any assurance that might not happen again. And
Sure.
So, it's a pretty significant sum of money for us to take a gamble, if you will. And then I guess a question along with that is the benefit that we actually receive. It's pretty hard to put a finger on that or a value on that, I suppose. But
it's all a
just
risk,
concern that I have.
Councilman.
Yeah.
It's all a risk. But I think it's a good investment I really don't know many of you. You may see me at different events, but those that know me know that I refuse to give up on many things. I took over Street Fest a few years ago when it was $20,000 in the hole and took it into the black in the first year. I'm the type of person that has nothing but energy. And if I can utilize that energy
I sense that
to make it successful, I will. And, because it's not Ed's chamber. It's the city's, it belongs to the city of the people of Washington and the people that live here and do business here. And they want their own identity. And I am excited to give that to them.
So I wasn't here at the last meeting when you presented this, but one of the things that you had kind of presented, I guess, was the burdensome cost of the St. George area chamber.
A burdensome cost?
Well, it wasn't exactly your words, but you were suggesting that the cost for the Washington City Chamber would be less, and that would be of a benefit.
15 to 20% less.
So, just in
but I would, if I could add to that, it's a perceived value. If you feel like you're getting value for what you're paying, then it's worth it, isn't it? People so far feel they're going to get what they're paying for, and it's my job to make sure that they do.
Well, I have just spoken to some business folks, and they certainly they use the chamber as a tool to kind of mix and mingle and make connections to other people. Frankly, they were viewing another chamber as an added expense because they do use it for their networking. Now there's just another chamber that if they're going to stay connected with people here locally, they have to now invest and send people to both locations and do that. I just wanted to have you respond to that.
That has been something that's been vocalized by quite a few people. You know, you have people that are already a member of the St. George Chamber, and some of the long-standing members have said, why now I'm going to have to justify joining another chamber? Why would I do that? We can't be all things to all people, but the businesses that I talk to are many of them that were a member of the Washington Chamber when it was here in Washington before, went to St. George and left because they didn't feel they were getting what they were paying for. And they wanted something closer to home. They wanted to be.
So help me understand that.
Sure.
What is it exactly that you feel like that this will do that the St. George Area Chamber hasn't been doing for these folks? What articulate some of those specific points?
Washington businesses in Washington would like an opportunity to be represented within Washington by an organization that's specific, mostly specific, I guess, generally speaking, is mainly for the businesses of Washington. It's the Washington Area Chamber.
So help me with that, because
Sure.
you're saying specific to the city of Washington, but then why an area chamber?
Well, because there are businesses out of the city of Washington that do business in Washington. The hospital, Dixie State, Root for Kids. They want to be involved. You know, this is how I see. I love the St. George Chamber. I've been very involved in the St. George Chamber and will continue to be involved in the St. George Chamber. I feel they serve a definite purpose, and I feel that they have a longstanding reputation for helping businesses. I've met with Don Willie. In the beginning, he expressed his concern. He didn't want this to be something that was there to replace the St. George Chamber. And so we've agreed to collaborate with each other to make sure that everyone knows St. George is there, Washington is there. There are going to be some people that prefer to join a chamber that is specific to the Washington area. And I have to make sure, as that person that runs that organization, that they have every opportunity to be represented.
So sorry, we kind of got off the track. You were
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You were going to let me, you're kind of going to let me know some of the points things that the chamber would do that the St. George Area Chamber isn't doing.
I wouldn't say that they're not doing it. One thing that and again, Councilman Bundy, you probably get this. I'm big on networking. I'm one of these guys that wants to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to be represented. If you come to a meeting for me, our belief that when you join the Chamber of Commerce, you're there so that you can get business. You're not there to, just hang out and eat the chips and all that stuff. You want to get business. And a lot of these businesses here in town are owned by families that want to make sure at the end of the month they have money to pay their bills. And so my goal is to make sure they have every single opportunity to get in front of another business or another person that needs their services. That's what I'm there to do. And that's what the Chamber of Commerce will primarily do. We'll be very heavy on networking with other businesses and other people who need their business, representing the underserved, as I call them, a lot of mom and pop businesses.
So let me ask this question, because I guess I'm having a hard time understanding, because I look at it as if you're with St. George Chamber, that's more businesses to network and more people to do with than just Washington City, which, I mean, I look at it as a business, you'd want to be in a bigger one that helps you more. But that's just me. I mean, I don't know. So I'm having a hard time understanding how this is and even
when they can, and I wish Wendy Buckley were here. She was involved in that pretty heavily when the merge happened. There were over 200 Washington businesses or businesses that were here in the Washington Chamber that went over with the hope that they would have the opportunity to grow the Washington area. It's down to under 40 now. They just felt like they weren't being represented.
So help me understand that, because I don't.
Sure.
I'm not sure if I've ever thought of a chamber as a representational body. So you're saying that they didn't feel represented. I've never thought of a Chamber of Commerce as a representational body, but yet that was their reason for not going there.
They want to feel like Washington is their home for everything, business, Chamber of Commerce, Lions Club, Rotary. Rotary's now in the process of trying to start a Washington Rotary. There's 4 of them in St. George. Why don't they go to St. George?
Well, so let me maybe change tact here
Sure.
a little bit, just because. So I'm, as I've kind of contemplated both the COVID financial climate, the business climate, as well as kind of the marketplace for jobs and industry within the St. George region, Washington city. I see, and maybe I'm wrong. You can maybe challenge me on some of these, but it seems like the businesses that are doing really well here are basically building,
sure,
and government. And outside of that, there are some service industries that are okay. There's some tourism stuff there, but as a whole, I'm a little bit worried about the economic stability of the area, in that I think there's probably a lot of jobs, people competing for applicants to come in and do
smaller jobs,
$13 an hour, $14 an hour. You look at job postings out there. A $35,000 a year job is a really good job around here. You don't.
Yes, it is.
You don't see those get posted up much.
Very true.
One of the things that I have really wanted to see from not only a community development that the city has, but also from the chamber, is to see them reach out to larger organizations, some of like the Tech Ridge projects, where you're getting into the boardrooms of bigger corporations and helping them communicate with you and join your committees and talk to your legislators and get some of those things going to actually develop and strengthen business within the area, because you're literally, strong arming, guilt tripping, welcoming into your boardrooms these larger groups. And I honestly feel that that COVID may actually hurt us at the same time we're growing, because I really think that people are going to say,
you think we're missing the boat on that?
Well, I think that people are going to say, look, I can move my job here without moving my business here. And that may slightly increase the service industry around here, but without really allowing for kids and grandkids to partake in maybe a more healthy economic environment. And I really think that so again, I bring that up because I wonder if diversifying our strengths and our efforts is really what's going to help us the most in getting some of these, folks from some of the bigger hospitals, tech companies, engaging with our communities. If splitting up is really going to be the best way to actually start some of that movement and growth. So,
well, and all the movement in business and growth and everything, development that's going on in Washington, there's lots of opportunity for us to do outreach to some of these businesses that are coming here and attract them to this area. There's no reason they shouldn't be coming to an area like this. St. George has Tech Ridge. We can have a Tech Ridge here. It might not be called Tech Ridge, but we can have big business in Washington. And there are a lot of people that live here that work from home and work internationally even. There's people that work from home and all they do is sit on the computer all day. There's a lot of that here too. A lot of tech, a lot of social media, a lot of that stuff. Part of the responsibility, in our opinion, that a Chamber of Commerce should do is help people find those jobs, find those careers. And that's something that we could do specifically in Washington that St. George does, that Hurricane does, that Ivans does. They all have, their own responsibility for their businesses and helping them fill jobs and find businesses to come to the area. And that's part of what we would do in Washington, specific to Washington. Do I feel that we're muddying the water? No.
Yeah, just one question.
Yes, sir.
I have a lot of friends that, like myself, that has a home-based business.
Sure.
Is there any thought to how you would reach out to those folks and whether there's room for them on a chamber, and
It's kind of tricky because a lot of the home-based businesses don't necessarily have licenses, and so how do we find them? You know, and I have the business license list.
am licensed, by the way. Anyone's listening.
Okay, duly noted. But I've made a point to reach out to every business in the community via email, postcards, drop in to make sure to let them know that they're welcome. And you know, that $325 fee is not an end all. If they say, well, I want to be part of it, but I can't afford that. We're not here to just say, well, that's it. We'll work with whoever. Our job is to help them to build their business, not take their money and forget about them. One of the biggest challenges that any chamber has is retention. It's always been that way. It's an age-old problem that every chamber of commerce has. So my job is to say to them, when your year is up after you've paid, you're going to want to join again. You're going to want to re-up because we gave you your money's worth, whatever that means to you. And we'll hold focus groups. We'll meet with these businesses. We'll do surveys. I'll talk to people. We'll figure out what it is that they want because we want them to get, you know, what they pay for. So I'll send you an application.
I'm home-based.
There's no doubt that that we appreciate your interest in your efforts to represent Washington City businesses. I mean, a lot of times small business gets overlooked, and they need all the champions they can get. I just had a question looking over your budget, if you don't mind.
No, sure. Mm-hmm.
So on the personnel, can you just kind of break that down specifically on how and?
It was based on the first year, based on the number of businesses, and I think the board agreed to do a percentage because we really didn't know where to go. And you know, I have other things that I do home based, you know, like you, where I make my living, and I want to make sure that it's not. I don't want them to lose money paying me, you know, and so it was based on a percentage, based on the number of businesses that was listed. Everything on there is just very speculative because we don't know exactly how many businesses. My goal is very aggressive to reach out to 1,000 businesses in 365 days, and I plan on doing that. So, will they all join? Probably not.
So would you just looking at the budget?
Mm-hmm.
Would you then be the only salaried position?
At some point we would probably have an office, you know, some part-time office staff to help out because I can only answer the phone so many times and only be in so many meetings. And
then in this scenario, if you can get the revenue that you're seeking, that you're projecting, would this then be your full-time job, or would this be something that you would do in addition to other employment or businesses that you may have?
Well, everything that I do is, I don't know if you know this, I did stand-up comedy for 10 years. I used to open for a guy named Sinbad. I did the Tonight Show. So I do things like that. I entertain, you know, and I do a lot of that stuff. So I can do that just about anywhere in the world, and it doesn't affect what I do. Would this be a full-time job? Yeah, it's a full-time job now. And I don't take a dime from it. I mean, it has to be in order for it to succeed. This can't be a hobby. You know, if somebody's going to invest all their time and money into it, I've got to invest all my time into it and then some.
In this particular case, then, is there a board member who is the treasurer, or do you?
There is. Yeah, we have a board. So Colton Balmforth, the executive director of Ovation, is our president. Susie Lafayette is our secretary. Lil Barron from Huntsman World Senior Games is our treasurer. And then we have two directors, Sam Stuckey from Stuckey Family Pharmacy and Donna Moss, general manager of the Holiday Inn Express and Suites.
So what's your title? I assumed you were the president.
President. Yeah. He's chairman, I guess is what is what Colton is, chairman.
But you would president. Be the only employee.
Correct.
Okay.
And my kids when they come to visit, slave labor.
The budget, you have about $25,000 listed for marketing and outreach.
Yeah, so advertising, running articles, you know, doing
because you have that separated, the radio and advertising separate line with 3,500.
And I honestly don't remember how we broke it out at this point because it was a month ago, but there were some things that we had included in there that would be separate from radio and social media, but it's very broad. I mean, there's no, as you see, it's just laid out there in general terms.
It's a start. It's a start.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand. That's all the question I had for right now. I just, maybe some of the other council members have some thoughts or questions.
Had you ever considered trying to work with the St. George Area Chamber to build, kind of a Washington focused division within them and some?
I think it's been attempted before. And my purpose in meeting with Don was to let him know that I will continue to work with him and partner with him on many things. But the Washington Chamber will be separate.
So when you say it's been attempted before, you didn't
Not myself personally, no. I mean, if you've lived here for any length of time, it's been a hit and miss thing, and it's not for lack of trying. Well, this isn't about trying now. This is doing.
So I'm not sure if I understand that. It's been a hit and miss thing, not for lack of trying.
Well, they've had board members and they've had, people out there selling, and I can't speak to, I've spoken to the folks that were involved the last time, and they just got burnt out. And, it's hard to keep a board together. It's hard to get people to want to volunteer to do stuff when they're not getting paid a dime to do it. And it gets challenging. And I think maybe the city wasn't ready for a chamber at that point, but I definitely see that they're ready now. Does that help or make it worse?
I'm not really sure. I'm kind of digesting what you're saying there. I mean, I know that at least one of the folks that came over is still an active board member with the St. George Area Chamber. I think like you said, retention for a chamber is always the biggest thing. The people who have the most time to go out and network are generally not the small mom and pop organizations. They're people who are, that's part of their regular business, doing sales and connection, and then others who are maybe just a little more settled in their businesses, and getting them to to engage. In a lot of ways, a chamber is a service organization.
Sure.
It provides
very
a
much so.
service to, and kind of leverages the success of the successful businesses to do work for others. The training and the outreach and the political, watching political agendas and keeping an eye on
lobbying
things,
for
lobbying
different issues. So there's a group of chambers from Richfield all the way down to Mesquite and all the way over to Moab and Kanab that Chris McCormick, who's the CEO of the Cedar City Chamber, created, Southern Utah Chamber Coalition, and they meet monthly. All these chamber directors meet monthly at different chamber offices and talk about what works and what doesn't work. And if you look at most of those chambers, Richfield, Kanab, Escalante, they're small chambers. They're all mom and pop operations. Some of them are right next to each other, and yet they run separate organizations because they want I don't know, for lack of a better way to say it, a sense of belonging to their own clan. I guess that's the only way I can explain it. Washington wants their own thing, and there's some that don't. I can't be everything to everybody. I get it, but I'm going to try and be everything to most everybody. When I was here last time, I started right off and I said, I appreciate just the fact that you allow me to come and talk to you. I plan on coming at least once a quarter and let you know what I'm doing, what I have going on, because I think it's important to work together. And I want you to know that I'm here for the businesses of Washington. Do we need the money? No. Do we want the money? Sure. We'd like to have some money to help kick us off. We're not going to die without it. We just like to have a little help with some of this. That's all. It's going to happen.
Any additional questions for Ed? Anybody, it is a public hearing.
Is there anybody behind me?
Do you have any, your board members that are listening?
No.
Ed, or
Oh, they might be. They might be. I know a couple of them.
any comments?
Mayor, there are no public comments on this one.
All right. Any additional comments from the council? Ed, thank you. And thank you for your passion.
Thank you,
I
gentlemen. Appreciate
that.
your time.
Maybe you could consider a different amount, council.
If there's no public comment, I'll motion that we close the public hearing.
So moved.
I have a motion and a second.
Coates, aye.
I did.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
All right, then we move on to item B, consideration to approve a donation to the Washington Regional Chamber of Commerce.
As I expressed earlier, just the uncertainty here concerns me. It's a fairly substantial amount of funds of our city. And with that in mind, I vote that we deny the donation. Deny the consideration for the approval of the donation.
Sorry, you're making a motion to.
I motion to deny or to not approve the donation.
I'll second it.
I do have a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Bundy, nay. Aye. Excuse me.
Aye.
Aye for the motion.
Sure. Coates, aye.
Heidi, aye.
Yeah, I want to see Washington successful, and I want to see our business owners, serving in our community and building things. And I guess I'm concerned about Ward, aye.
Staley, nay.
All right, that passes 4-1. Thanks, Ed. Anyway.
Thank you.
Item C, public hearing for consideration to approve a donation to the Senior Companion and Foster Grandparent Program with the 5 County Association of Governments. Joanne Lyman, patient lady and Senior Courts Program Coordinator.
Hello. I am Joni Lyman from, Joanne, but really Joni, from 5 County Association of Governments. And I do the Senior Corps programs, which is now the AmeriCorps Seniors programs. They just changed our name, so it'll take me a minute to get used to it. And I like to come once a year and let you know how our programs are going and what we're doing in your community. And so I don't know if I've seen all of you before, so I'll just tell you briefly what my programs are about. So I have 2 senior programs who are for lower income seniors. You have to be over 55 and a little lower income to serve. And hey, I know Jeremy. He's from my hometown.
That's an automatic approval in case anybody's wondering.
That's so funny.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, a good guy too. Yeah.
It might have made the wait worth it.
There you go.
We'll see.
So anyway, my programs are for lower income seniors to earn a little extra money. We actually pay our volunteers $3 an hour to work, they have to work at least 15 hours a week. So I have senior companions, and they go to the homes of other seniors. They take them shopping and to doctor's appointments and visit them, provide respite for caregivers and things like that. And then I have foster grandparents that go to the schools and help the kids work one-on-one with their reading and math skills. So with COVID, we kind of got put on hold in April. They stopped us completely. And so we haven't been doing as much as we usually do in the community. But AmeriCorps seniors have very generously kept paying our volunteers, kind of like unemployment, I guess. But that is soon running out. But I thought that was really good of them. So they've kept paying them in hopes that we could keep our volunteers and keep them going. And so since May, our senior companions have gone shopping for their clients. But that's all they could do. And then till September 1st, then they've been back serving them fully. So they take them to the doctors and shopping and take them to get their hair cut and all that kind of thing. And foster grandparents in Washington County have not been allowed in the schools at all. So that's been a bummer. But I did find 3 charter schools that were thrilled to take some of our volunteers. So we've got some of them working and most all of our senior companions back working. So
do they do any Zoom tutoring?
You know, we've even purchased 2 tablets to try that out. But actually the schools have said, we don't want that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they haven't jumped on board. And I think it's more because the teachers are so overwhelmed that to take another thing on, trying to train a senior in that, it would be a little bit tricky. And they can't be on their own because you don't want that responsibility to have a senior, you know, kids and all of that stuff. But yeah.
So Joni, you work with Myron, Scott, and Dave over at 5 County?
Well, they're down the road around in the back cave.
They keep them out back, don't they?
Yes, as far away as no.
It's probably for the best.
You know, I was
They're
going
great
to,
guys.
as I read your application earlier this week, I had an idea that may take some conversations that we could have, but I'm wondering if there's a way to incorporate your request because of what did I write down here? Provide transportation, respite, and friendship to homebound seniors. A lot of that's probably due to the fact of the, you know, coronavirus and all that kind of stuff. So I'm wondering if there's where we are, Mayor, with your approval, if we could have a discussion with our workshop, maybe we could identify some things between here and there and see if there's actually some CARES money that we could apply for this. That won't change your application for tonight. That was just my thought.
Mm-hmm. That's a good thought. Yes. And yeah, we appreciate you guys. It's part of our grant that we have community help and community support for our programs. So I only ask for a little bit of money from each community that we actually serve in. And you guys have we have 3 volunteers here, and we have more people. I have people that live in St. George, a little bit north St. George, that serve in Washington too. So you have a good representation of our services here. So I feel, but I didn't really bring numbers this time because there's not very many. So
So, Joni, so you mentioned in here that what Washington City donates is used as a match with AmeriCorps.
Mm-hmm.
So is that like dollar for dollar match? Whatever we contribute, they do, or do they have a
No,
greater?
they do much
more.
more. Yes.
assume
So
so.
my match is about, I don't even know what the percentage,
Mm-hmm.
but I need to come up with about $10,000 a year. So that's where I get. So
So their contribution is not hinged on whether we do it though.
no. So, yeah.
Do they match ours because there's so much more? You're saying they just donate also. So it's
They-
not really a match.
I'm not totally sure on how that all works, but we have to come up with a certain amount of money. So I get money from the cities and the
So maybe
counties.
they donate $10, we donate one ratio. Something like that.
Yeah, and I don't know if
But
there's
not
a
It's not
certain
contingent, right? It doesn't-
ratio there, or if
Yeah.
we just have to come up with a certain amount
And you go to all the other cities that you work in.
that we work in. Yeah,
How much has Washington traditionally donated?
a lot.
Like I know on this application, it's 500 to 1,000.
So Washington City did 2,000.
Last year
Yeah, and this year.
and this year.
Mhm. They got tired of me, so they don't even have me come. They just
So do you,
tell
you
me, I'll
come
just give you
once,
some money.
you come once a year typically?
Well, I really like to come to city councils and
report.
tell people what. Yeah. So I've been here 4 years and I've been here this is my 4th year. Yeah. I just think it's really important for our leaders to know that there's some great people out there serving and we're doing a huge service.
It seems that this service is not only for the volunteers, or I mean, not only for those who are being helped, but also for the volunteer. It just seems like
Oh.
a total win-win.
Mhm. It's
I remember having some help with my mother while she was aging, and it was just such a relief. It took such a burden off the family's shoulders, even to run some errands or something just little was just really, really beneficial.
yeah, and during COVID, our clients have suffered a lot because our volunteers tried to make sure that they had other help. They would try to brainstorm other ways, but there was a certain percentage of them that didn't have any. They didn't belong to a church. Kids don't live here.
Yeah,
You know,
just
when you get
isolated.
older, you lose a lot of friends in your community. And I just have to plug in Dixie Home Health and Rehab.
Oh yeah, Will.
Yeah. So they got some of their younger volunteers to come in and do the shopping for them. I just love them. They really saved us. So
Yeah, I've had
appreciated them.
people to your point there that in my area that have helped with the reading and math. You know, older folks that have gone there and I think it's just what you say. They look forward to
Mhm.
being able to go there, and it gives them some
Yep. It gives
reason
them a reason to get up and brush their teeth.
get
and-
going. And I know they've tried to promote and get more people involved in it, more seniors. So it's been a good thing.
Yeah.
It's been in the past, of course, it's been a few years ago, but with COVID now, it's obviously going to put a dampener on things for a little bit.
Yeah.
But
It was a big damper.
So sorry. It sounds like you might actually be in more need this year than in previous years.
Well, we're always in need.
But this year
But-
you're asking for 500 to 1,000.
Yeah, I just put that on there because somebody whispered in my ear last time that I should ask for a little more.
But you said last year the council gave 2,000.
No, last year they gave me 500. St. George City gave me 2,000. Is that what you
2000
said?
Was the 2,000 was over the 4 years.
Oh no, just this last year. This year from St. George.
St. George gave. Okay.
You guys have given me 500 every time.
Every time.
So you haven't even batted an eye. So I appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate you.
Well, John, if you don't mind, this is a public hearing. I'd like to see if there's anybody, not out there because I know those two, but online, Denise, anybody?
No public comments on this item either.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion is second.
Ward, aye.
IBI.
Goats eye.
Bendy, aye.
I'll entertain a motion to approve, and I hope you're generous, gentlemen.
I'll make a motion. We donate to the Senior Companion and Foster Grandparent Program with the 5 County Association and Government Senior Court Program for the amount of $1,500.
I'll second that.
We have $1,500 for the motion.
Oh,
You
Roll
motion-
call
that was
vote.
my motion.
And
We have a
second.
motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bendy, aye.
Goats eye.
IBI.
Ward, aye.
Staley, aye.
Thank you.
Then Joni, we can, with your approval, Mayor, I will maybe reach out and have a conversation about what we talked about. I've got your number down here.
Okay, great.
We'll see if we,
Thanks, Councilman Ivey. Item 12, if I'm going to use my executive privilege, unless there's something pressing, I'd like to not have that, and we'll move on to our closed
Ward,
session.
aye. Oh, sorry. I thought you were.
What, Mayor, I'm sorry, but I had this whole thing ready for you.
Yeah, whole presentation.
It's kind of important and it'll be quick. If you don't mind, it's on the solid waste board.
Okay.
All right. So just wanted to give you guys a heads up on the opt out. We had our meeting on Monday real quick. Currently, I'm just going to show you. I don't think I can pull it up. So Washington City has got, out of the 11,000 residents, 2,700 have opted out, which gives us 75%. But they just take an average of all the communities. And basically the average currently as of last week was 69%. So it looks like we're going to land in that tier 1 pricing, which is the first tier, 69%. Yeah, well, it's kind of funny because you got St. George at 63, Washington 75, Hurricane 81, Ivans 88, Santa Clara 70, La Verkin 70, Tocqueville 60, Leeds 38, Springdale 89, Virgin 55, and Rockville's 29. So, but it doesn't matter because it's an average between all the cities, and we're at 69, which keeps us above that tier 1, which has to be 51% or less.
But that was the best pricing range.
That's the best. Tier 1's the best. Tier 2 would be 41 to 51%. Tier 3 is 34 to 41%. I just wanted to share that with you so you guys know moving forward.
I've been wondering about that, so I'm glad you did. Thank you.
But they still have more opt-out period, but it looks as if we're going to make that tier 1.
Make the tier 1.
It ends November 30th, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Is there any kind of a recount on that? Oh, sorry, there's a different deal. Sorry.
Only on me continuing this motion.
I would like to, if I may, hold the closed session here.
I make a motion that we,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
we
ahead.
adjourn the regular meeting, council meeting, and go into a closed session to discuss purchase, exchange, or lease of property.
Second.
Aye.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Jeremy, you want to join us? Mike, let's take a 2.5 minute break, though. I need to. Okay, we'll go on the conference.